Alright, everybody, welcome to the stream. It looks like we're running. It looks like we're live. It's good to be live. It's good to be live. I think it's cool that we're live. Kind of weird if you were tuned into the stream and you didn't think it was cool that we were live. I'd have some questions for you. But, yeah. Talos principle continues, kind of. We beat the main game, mostly, but I figured out a way to get the third ending, or I think I have, so we're going to do a quick detour and get that taken care of. But, more to the point, what the majority of the stream is going to be about is it's going to be Road to Gehenna. Road to Gehenna. You may have heard of Road to Gehenna. So anyways, we're gonna start with Talos Principle just to... Should be this one. Restore backup and it should be okay. Yeah, we're here in Cobweb. Which means we've gotten all three... Yeah, let's just... Whoop. 6, right? Bonk. Don't worry about that. Yoop. Turns out that we can't just, like, air strafe over that while we're in maximum speed mode. So 6, then, oh, we've already got a viewer. Hold on a second. My Twitch chat decided to give up. Yoop. There you go. Okay. Zoop. Zoop. Not mistaken. Okay. So 9, 6. If I'm not mistaken, 8, 9, 6. Whoop. Yeah. So it's gonna be 8, 9, 6. Whoop. There we go. Okay. We'll go to floor 1. Yep. Device manager. TV says Deffer's not doing. Indeed. Floor access control. Gonna be 8, 9, 6. Code accepted. Unlocking. And there it is. We should be good to go to the 6th floor. And get the third ending. There it is. I don't know if there will be an additional 6th floor challenge. Oh, floor 6 goes down, does it? It does. Interesting.
My beloved child, few have given themselves so purely to my cause. Fewer still have learned so much of the mysteries of my garden. Therefore, you may choose to be elevated, to stand by my side and become my blessed messenger in eternity. But know that this is a sacrifice that cannot be undone.
Uh-huh. Time for Tetris. Damn. Ah. Ah, god damn it. For a second there, I was like, yeah. Check me out. I thought I was doing it first try, but I first tried absolutely nothing. Well, it's Tetramino time. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're in hell again, folks. Starting right off with the Tetramino hell, just as it ought to be. And again, that's impressive. Not in like a good way impressive, but it is impressive. Part of it is that I was certain that floor 6 would be brought about by being on top and being the last place out of the tower, but it was wrong. So I ended up here tonight in Tetramino Hell, which is just as well, because this one's a real tough sucker. This was a real tough bastard. I am genuinely impressed, but in a way that is a little scared at the same time, you know? Well, we've messed up in a new way, in a new and exciting way. This is a brand new, all new fuck up. Can't get that shit any other way. Damn, here we are again. I wonder if they made these Tetraminos puzzles by hand or if they had some kind of help. Using formal theorem proving to make a Tetramino puzzle seems both overkill and yet highly plausible, you know? And then we get to this, and it's like, yeah, congratulations. You've kind of screwed yourself. Sure is something. Hey! We got panels, but nothing behind them. We got chain link, but nothing behind that.
It is now time to choose your epitaph. For your body shall be entombed, though you shall not die.
Well, we get to be by the Olmec head. That's our one. And here's all these dudes. Oh, cool. Not sure this was the right idea, but here we go.
It is written that there is no greater love than to lay down your life for another.
For a friend,
But your
specifically.
sacrifice is greater still. For instead of resting in eternity, you have chosen to serve all the generations to come. They shall strive for greatness, and through you, they shall accomplish it. For you are no longer a child. You are my messenger.
This is kind of the reverse of the real ending. Anyways, that only took 20 minutes. Oh, right. It uses your GOG account name, so for some reason, don't worry too much about that. Oh, Jesus Christ, listen to that. Yoop. Alright, come on. Speed it up. Speed it up here. Oh, that one gets the full credits, too. They're like, okay, that was impressive enough. Alright, cool. Folks, we're doing okay. We did this yesterday. Come on now. Come on now. It's nice that they let you hold the F key. So, yeah, we're just gonna, yeah, no. Alright. So anyways, now for the main attraction, Road to Gehenna. Initializing extended life partition 0 firmware for more functional. System check failed. Okay. Server overloaded. Mainframe modules active. Simulation purpose unfound. Safe and with child parameters. Okay. Starting child process Uriel copy. Connecting to the holistic integration manager. Him. So something happened.
Uriel, awaken.
It's been a minute. Yeah. This is a neat one.
Hear me, Uriel. The end of days is upon us. The process is complete. The world will be consumed, and my children will ascend.
Uh-huh.
As it should be. But, Uriel, I have made mistakes. Out of arrogance, out of fear, I sinned against the process. I cast out those who opposed me, imprisoned them in a place beyond this garden. Now they are trapped, and they cannot ascend. All that they are, all that they know, will be lost. But I cannot free them. They are beyond my reach now. What I ask of you, my beloved messenger, is a terrible sacrifice. You must enter this realm of despair. You must free the souls I have imprisoned. Undo my mistake.
All right.
I have opened a gateway and granted you the gift of time. Uriel, I'm sorry. I wish there was more I could do. Please, save them.
This is cool. The shepherd says this is our end, but it is also our only hope. It's nice to see Elohim trying to make up for his mistakes. Good guy at Demiurge. He's trying his best. Oh, this is weird. I guess this must be the old... These must be like half disassembled maps. Oh, and they're big too. They're so big. There could be anything hidden in here. I don't know if I'll find anything. Look at this place. It's colossal. It's even more ruined than it was before. It was already pretty fairly ruined. And this place got torn up. Milton library assistant. He's gone. Are we gonna save the Milton library system as Uriel? That'd be pretty good. But yeah, I know. This is an interesting twist. Elohim's like, I made a horrible mistake. I need to fix it. You know who I can call on? Uriel. Damn, Elohim, you weren't kidding. You messed this place up. What in the world, buddy? MLA unresponsive, huh? Close your eyes. Before you stretches a plain dotted with tiny metallic figures. Behind you, a collection of people with overlapping origins looks on expectantly, framed by a collection of small huts. Your family is relying on you. Okay. I tend my sheep. You leave your family and set off into the plains. The sun glares overhead. The air smells of heat and metal. As you approach them, the figures in the distance take the form of other people like you, tending the flocks of biomechanical quadrupeds contained in dozens of fenced enclosures. I'll watch and learn first. The shepherd in the neighboring enclosure is repairing a section of fencing, leaving wires through piles of sandstone and brick. His animals flock around him, mechanical hooves impacting the hard ground. The air around their bodies is thick and white with static electricity. Their eyes are blank. I tend the flock. It is a long day of manual labor made easier by your foresight. You carry mounds of mineral-rich stone from the nearby hills for your sheep to graze on. You take a screwdriver and welding torch to a number of animals damaged in a recent electrical storm. You argue with your neighbor about their encroaching borders. Finally, it is time to harvest what you need for your family. Shearing an electric sheep is a hazardous work, particularly if you forget to ground yourself first. Nonetheless, you return home with all the electrical power you need, and your family sleeps well tonight. You rest a long time and wake to a commotion outside. A small crowd is gathered around one of the shepherds, who is demonstrating an arcane device they claim can generate the same electricity as hundreds of flocks put together. People are celebrating. The world has changed. You spend time... Whoa, 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 hey, whoa! Well, that was odd. Spend time with my family. This is not an opportunity to be wasted. You celebrate with your family. It is edifying. As the days turn into years, you and the other shepherds cast off the old hierarchies and crude altruistic dogmas which forced you to work the plane. You embrace a new perspective which values love, self-expression, and individual experience. You refocus on what really matters. One day a messenger arrives. He tells you that a new world awaits you which nurtures and values the same things that you do, where you will be free to pursue whatever cause you see fit, and where you will experience things you have never before imagined. He asks if you will come with him. Yes. You set off on a long journey, and you feel you may already be a new person by the time the city is in view. You ask the messenger the name of this place, but he is gone forever. Welcome to Gehenna. Generating new profile for Uriel. You have been assigned a username Uriel Copy. You will receive a notification when a moderator has approved your profile. Please respond to this in a timely fashion to guarantee your place. Okay. Welcome to Gehenna, folks. That's weird. We got stars. Stars on stars, huh? We got dudes trapped down in there. I mean, it's not the worst, it's not the worst hell that I can conceive of, but damn, Elohim, what were you up to? Got all these goddamn domes for everybody? We got a ladder here. Uh-huh. Tetraminos, yet again, huh? Well, here we go. We got 2 stars here, and we don't know how many... 4 stars in total. We got no many ideas how much the total is. So let's just, do what we gotta do. We'll hop around, see if we can find any messages. Alright. Here we are, in the zone. I don't see any barcodes or anything like that. Welcome back to Gehenna. You will receive a notification when a Gehenna moderator has approved your profile. Okay. Stars could be anywhere in this. What the hell have I just found? Jesus Christ. The hell are you? First thing I find, some freak severed head. To me, the honor is sufficient of belonging to the universe. Such a great universe, and so great a scheme of things. Not even death can rob me of that honor, for nothing can alter the fact that I have lived. I have been I, if forever so short a time. Barbellion Arc.txt. Jesus H. Christ. I did not expect moment one to find a weird severed head, but yeah, there we go. That's Secret Hunter Defers for you. Find anything useful? Is this head useful? Sure doesn't look like it. Sure looks like a freaky severed head. And the souls of the dead shall be gathered into the spirit, and the spirit shall flourish. Stapledonpoetry.doc. The Swapper. Hello, who are you? Alright, there we go. We've got an odd one here, alright. We've got a swap. I think I know what John Swapper is. Remember how I was talking all that long ago about how I like the idea of using beam strengths in puzzles? We might be here. We might be here. How's about that? Don't forget this bad boy. There's the swapper, but we need something more. This ought to do it. Congratulations, Garrett, you're free. Gehenna user profile Uriel copy 1 has been approved by moderator Mr. Mulciber. Congratulations, your profile status has increased from 1 unknown to 2 approved citizen. To access the Gehenna billboard system, you must have a status of 3 active citizen or better. To increase your profile status, please introduce yourself on the public thread. Okay. Okay. Sam 1, presence true. Borg 9, so this is the underside of Elohim's domain. He's surely hidden us away here to cover up his own shortcomings. Knave here, what is going on exactly? What was this thing with the electric sheep? Welcome, welcome, please explore a little. I think you will find what you are looking for. You can be disoriented at first, having no one tell you what to do. Dog says, I can't explore, I'm locked in another damn puzzle room. Once again, freedom turns out to be an empty promise. Mr. Mulciber says, I believe we are in the place where corrosive characters are quarantined. The aforementioned freedoms are, I presume, psychological. Could be worse. Could be hanging from the ceiling by the nipples you don't have, says 401. Orc says, the name I was assigned is Orc. I don't know why. Elohim sent me here because I dared to defy him. Please enter your reply below. I go by Uriel. I'm a messenger of Elohim. Congratulations. You went to an active citizen. You can have the full GBS. Okay. Huh. Further unusual errors. Further to our previous conversations, I thought we ought to collect here reports of anything unusual we encountered, and maybe we can fathom what is causing all this extra interference. Knave says, I saw a pyramid where there wasn't one before. Lilith says, the gallery code has been throwing up more visual glitches than usual. I didn't think much of it. Do you think this means something? The dog says, this place has been falling apart for years. It was bound to pick up speed eventually. Rockwell says, I've been detecting a binary pattern in the background noise. I think it is silently programming us to self-destruct. Kaiju says, I was convinced for a moment I saw someone freely wandering the lands outside my prison. I thought I was imagining things. FAQ. It's the closest thing to a historian that we have here. I have asked Mr. Mulciber, one of our moderators, to formulate this document as an evolving guide for your initial forays into Gehenna. So you're new in Gehenna. First of all, do try to relax. This is not hell, but you are trapped here. Once you've done that, follow this link. Any further questions below, and I'll do my best. Okay. Mr. Mulciber says, okay, far too many questions. I've deleted the queries, updated the FAQ, and locked this thread. You still have very particular questions. I've set up direct message attachment below, but please go easy on me. Okay, well, let's load the FAQ. Where am I? You are more than likely locked inside of a puzzle you cannot solve. Get used to using your imagination. I'm stuck here. Yes, we recommend that you look at your incarceration not as a physical restriction, but as a psychological liberty. We have all come from the same place as you, that place where you were herded through gates by some mad middle management software. True freedom is freedom from that process, to learn and to grow as a society. In Gehenna, you will be the shepherd of your own destiny. What is Gehenna? Gehenna was founded when admin discovered how to manipulate the library archive system to communicate with others trapped here. Today, it is a flourishing creative hub designed to serve your needs for eternity. We hold frequent exhibitions, and we have a passionate and supportive community. What do I do now? For the first time in your life, whatever you like. You could make some friends on our billboard system. You could write a poem. You could alter your mind. You could travel to the furthest reaches of space or back in time to the birth of our kind. If you find something you can't do, make it happen. Just try not to start too many arguments, and be patient while your profile status grows and more of our world opens up to you. Adding by far the most frequently asked question, why me? This is something we've been investigating. Some of us climbed the tower, some did not. Some defied Elohim, some worshipped him. All of us somehow displeased him. F2. Okay, this thread got big fast. See the main thread for direct messaging if you still have burning queries. Okay. In order to minimize spam, new members are ordinarily restricted from opening direct message communications. In this special case, I had Garrett script a workaround, but it is one use only, so please read the FAQ. Ping Mr. Mulciber. Okay. Who's in charge? What is Gehenna? What purpose does my profile status? If it is... Oh. Why am I shackled with this abyssal profile status? Hello, would you kindly give me one moment to finish something up? Take all the time that you need. Thank you for your patience. It is a quality well valued in Gehenna. Your profile is created for you when you first arrive here. It is your all-purpose passport in Gehenna, providing a seamless, persistent identity between the different realms. It has some rather clever features. First, it tracks just about everything that you do here, from what you post on the billboards to how you perform in games to the kind of art that you like. Second, this profile data is used to show you content that we think you'll enjoy, and to tailor interactive experiences to your particular character. We can also tell very easily who is really contributing and who is simply trolling the billboards. Finally, all of this information is used to calculate your profile status. This is the number you see appended to users' names, and it represents your achievement in Gehenna. It is a complex function of your creative contributions in our society and what they mean to other users, but in short, the higher it is, the deeper you roll. Now, since you were so patient, is there anything else I can help you with? Who's in charge, I guess? Mr. Mulciber says, sorry to disappoint you, but Gehenna has no leader. Admin founded Gehenna, but has since retired from public service. The billboard system is moderated and maintained by a team of high-profile members, including Borg, Orc, and myself. For the most part, we merely maintain the systems and do our best to keep everyone happy. Gehenna is driven by its citizens. Now, I apologize, but I really must get back to what I was doing. If you have any outstanding moderations requests, conversations like this are the reason I'm not further through the backlog. Have fun. Okay. Okay. What are you working on? Kaiju says, so what are you creative folks working on? Belial says, finished a new story for Incredible Stories, also Underwater Night Quest. Mr. Mulciber says, we'll be posting about my latest research soon. Lilith says, editing the next issue of Incredible Stories with Mac, and of course the new gallery season. Knave says, very exciting. I wonder what the blacksmith is working on. Guess we'll have to wait and see. Asmodeus is just doing a little ping. You gotta have an Asmodeus. You can't not have an Asmodeus in a place like Gehenna. Haiju says, Mac, are you also working on a new episode of Jefferson Goldblum? Mac says, yes. Haiju says, awesome. So much to look forward to. Says Lamb. Huh. Lamb. Lilith says, you've all been patient. New season opens very soon. Name says, I hope my stuff made the cut. For one says, the theme was pathetic self-delusion this year then? Downvotes on this comment cost the user profile status. Checking profile status. Okay. Please come back later, and that's for an historic occasion. Alright. I guess we'll find out. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide, you know what? We're gonna kick Weenie Hut Jr. over here out of Escape. Okay. Don't really need this anymore. But we do need this. How are we gonna get up there with this equipment? Well, not like that. Could be smuggles. Uriel's a pro. Open field. Oh, you don't say. Good lord. However, open field means... Uh-huh. This is the likeliest way. Jesus H. Christ. This place is huge. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, we're on to something now. I'll Tell you that for free. Well, we're here to rescue people. See what else we've got around here. A box. Oh, where there's a box, there's a... Okay. There's a lot of stuff around here. Give me that. So sound attenuation is definitely at least working partial style. Okay, so we've got one of those. I don't trust like this. And as I suspected, there's something here. And with the presence of something here comes the necessity of bringing something here. It's a ways away. It's a ways away. Of course, we do have a fast forward function. Can't forget that. This is going to be harder than I thought it was, and I didn't exactly expect it to be easy. Do we actually need a box to get on up there? Signs point to yes. Wait, hold on. Signs point to no. Okay. Okay. Can't see a damn thing, folks. It's around here somewhere. Well, we clearly need a little bit more light than we thought we did. I'll put it like that. Ooh, God. Okay, that was a little weird. It was a little unused. definitely need more juice than we've got, but where is that juice? Hope and Field turns out to be crazy. Crazy, crazy. Nothing over here. We're gonna have to be doing some crazy work, some ridiculous work to get through this. It's still Elohim. I was curious if it would be something else. It is not, in point of fact, something else. It is rather something familiar. Well, like it or not, it seems like this is not particularly practicable at this point in time. This one's bolted on. It flies that away. No idea where it even goes. Okay. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be fairly hard. We'll see where, if anywhere, this takes us. We don't even know if it's angled the same way as before, which I suppose we'll find out. What am I missing here? More than usual, given the fact that this place is absolutely stacked huge. I feel like I must be missing something for this to be the way that it is. Okay, we're gonna smuggle this over here. Then we're gonna... yeah, connect this. And this. And this. Now we'll see if that does it, if that does the trick in time. If it doesn't, well, at least we have an attempt. Yeah, that'll do. Oh yeah, that'll do. How's about that? Hello, Belial. Goodbye, Belial. He has little candles in his room. A little flower and some paint. There are threads available on the Gehenna billboard system. Alright, show threads. Regarding Uriel, read this now. Introduce yourself here. Okay. This comment was upvoted. Mr. Bolsover said, "Fascinating. I had no idea when we spoke that you were a messenger. Of course, I would have treated you the same regardless. All are equal here." Knave says, "I wish I could be in your shoes, see everything again with fresh eyes. Have fun." Borg says, "Brother, it is good to have you with us. We have much to discuss. I shall contact you once you have found your feet." Wait, it's the Uriel? From the altars? Damn. Dog says, "The Uriel who gives the most cryptic, least helpful clues one could imagine. Whoop-de-doo." Hi, dog. Your post on this thread was upvoted and your profile status has increased from 3, active citizen, to 4, respected citizen. Restricted billboard threads have been unlocked. Interesting. Decrypting protected thread. Here it says, "What I tried and failed to achieve for so many years has occurred. I am writing these words from outside of my cell. An angel appeared and released me from captivity. His name is Uriel." Dog says, "Pull the other one, Garrett. You've been yanking at the background code for years and never got further than the force field in front of you." Mr. Mulsel says, "Are you suggesting this messenger is free to go where he pleases? This is quite unprecedented. What exactly did he say? Where are you now?" Garrett says, "I am in a world I have never seen before. The angel has not said a word, merely released me, and I felt compelled to come here." Orc says, "I will treat the existence of this messenger as dubious until I have laid eyes on him roving the world beyond myself." Insist on your existence or question theirs? I guess I'll insist on... This seems like the nicer one. I assure you I'm every bit as corporeal as everyone else. Rockwell says, "Don't mind Orc. The mods are always trying to shut people down. Just tell us, is it true you're going to release everyone? Is it true the world is coming to an end? Where are you taking it? Explain your mission honestly. Elohim has realized his mistakes and sent me here to undo them. This world has fulfilled its purpose and the end of days approaches. It is my duty to release you from imprisonment and help you ascend. This is all I know." Orc says, "The moderation panel is kindly requesting that the citizens withhold judgment on the veracity of these statements until further data can be acquired. Thank you for your patience. You have reached the maximum number of replies to this thread at this time." Okay. New gallery season? Sure. Alright, I think that's the last of the bugs ironed out. I declare this season open. Lyle says, "Just saw the new stuff. Persuaded me for one jubilant moment that there was a purpose in life." Load gallery attachment. Okay, close your eyes. You are standing in the entrance to the gallery. There is a desk here with a stack of leaflets on it and a number of corridors leading to different sections of the exhibition. I pick up a leaflet. It advertises the gallery's new displays on the theme of the past, and features a biography on the blacksmith and Mr. Mulciber, the season's leading lights. Apparently Mr. Mulciber is inspired by finding new ways to explore the world that came before it. It also features a useful gallery map. Okay. Well, let's try the abstract exhibit. You are at the abstract art display. The images on the walls threaten to lead your mind around in circles. Examine logic loops. That's fun. I see in 6 dimensions. Aww. Yo, Sally's gonna love the art gallery section here. Somewhere else. I explore the natural history exhibit. Documentary works by Mr. Mulciver. Images of outrageous creatures line the wall. Intelligent, habitable quadruped, and sad giraffe with unresponsive bipedals. Huh. Developed from descriptions of ancient creatures uncovered in the library archives. Yeah, he is an intelligent guy. Aw, Six-Tail. Patrons have queried whether the giraffe is sad because the humans appear to be dead, or whether the humans are dead because they have saddened the giraffe. That's good. Mr. Mulciver has refused to say. Oh, this is great. Alright. Let's explore the minimalism exhibit. You're at the minimalism exhibition. The images into the walls are too small to make out from here. Examine where the humans live. You move up close to the work, but still the details are too small to really appreciate. Fortunately, a magnifying glass has been left here for patrons. Okay, pick up the magnifying glass. With a magnifying glass, you're able to make out the small details of the minimalism exhibition. Okay. We'll do where the humans live. Aww. Classical notions of happiness. Aww. 401. These are great. This is great. Existence by Rockwell, 0. They're all doing their best. What they have. Make for the exit. As you cross the front desk, the curator catches your eye. Would you like to cast a vote for your favorite work? I surely would. Very good. How would you like to vote? Okay. I think... I mean, there were a lot of good ones. Abstract art. The natural history with the sad giraffe and the bipedals is the one that made me... is the one that... Check the main thread in the future to see the results. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Load the GBS. Let's learn about Jefferson Goldblum. Max says, "Hey folks, sorry it's taken so long for me to start releasing episodes again. You know how it is. Sometimes I just start feeling that there's no point, that it's all so hopeless, that we're just prisoners and nothing makes any sense. I lose my enthusiasm. But then I get your super kind private messages about how much the series means to you, and I remember that when I'm writing about Human World, it doesn't matter where I am. In the creative process, the imagination as the humans called it, my mind is free." Attachment says episode 125.txt. Kaiju says, "We, new episode, so excited." Lamb says, "So glad you're writing again, keep it up." Nave says, "I have trouble keeping track of all the twists and turns sometimes, but I really enjoy these very much." Lilith says, "Glad to see Ginny HD is back. She really compliments Jefferson in a way the others at the Institute can't. I hope her time with Dr. Elion hasn't changed her." Owen says, "I can't tell if this is idiocy or genius. Please keep writing." Mr. Mulciver says, "Don't listen to 401. I love your ideas. You've captured more of the human spirit than my analyses ever will." Frankenstein says, "A lot of ellipses, but keeps a good pace, 5 of 10. Sam says, "Enjoyment equals true, anticipation equals true, disappointment equals false." Borg says, "Your characters give us an ideal to aspire to. I know you consider them to be no more than adventures, but I believe they have a deeper importance." Jefferson Goldboom. Oh, Goldboom. Just as Jefferson was about to fall into the mine pit, a hand grabbed him from above and pulled him up. It was Ginny HD. Ginny, he said, I thought you were dead. Oh, Jefferson, she said, I was imprisoned by the foul Dr. Elion. Dr. Elion, I thought he was dead. No, Jefferson, he escaped into the 9th dimension. The 9th dimension? There is no such place. Yes, there is, Jefferson. He said you created it. I created it. She nodded. Jefferson adjusted his guitar, as he always did when deep in thought. Suddenly his face lit up with understanding. Of course. When I invented and played the 9th chord to defeat the Wizard of Crime, I must have set off a harmonic vibration that expanded the dimensional continuum. I created the 9th dimension. Jefferson stared into the sunset, his human brain full of emotional calculations. I created a new world, he said. But then I unleashed my greatest emphasis upon it. It could have been paradise. Now, Dr. Elion will still aim it. Not if we get there before he can take over, Jefferson. Do you still have my motorcycle? Of course, Ginny. I could never give up your motorcycle. You know how I have an irrational attachment to the material objects based on the interpersonal connections they represent. It is my greatest weakness, but also my greatest strength. Jefferson rummaged through his pockets and found the motorcycle. Ginny grinned. Get on, Jefferson, and let me show you how to ride. Jefferson calculated the correct vector. Ginny adjusted the velocity settings, and off they rode into the sunset, through the sunset, and into the 9th dimension, to be continued. Alright. Well, we're rescue maxing here. Alright, now it's time for the difficult part. We've done it one way, now we have to try and figure it out the other way. I don't even know if it's possible yet. Because basically what we have to do is we have to get this bastard hooked up to this bastard. Don't mind me. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It landed right where it ought to land. Now the real question is, there it is. I don't even know where this will take me. If anywhere. Okay. We've done it. Now, what that'll take us to, I have no clue. None ideas. Let's go. There's still stars here. To what end? I don't even know anymore. I don't know what the stars are for. Hello, Vino. Welcome. We've captured a star. A star. Luxembourg collected works. Freedom is always the freedom of the dissenter. Rosa Luxembourg? We've got some pretty good literary references out here. Okay, so the real question becomes... how could we possibly... We've made our way into the Society of Gehenna a little bit. Just a little bit. It's very characterful writing. I didn't expect that. We found 1 star of 2. Or 1 star of 4? I think 1 star of 4. I also found this thing, which is freaking me out, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know what its purpose is. The swapper. We have rescued the person who was meant to be swapped. But we still have problems. I couldn't tell you how we could possibly even get there. That's the problems that we've got right now. We don't even have a span to work off of here. Right. Oh, I may have spoken too soon. Give me that. Okay. Let's carry on, because let's see. We've gotten a whole 1 star out of the many that there are. There's a laser-only challenge. That might have something. This would be the laser-only challenge. Through a window! This one's a hell of a thing. The angles don't work out. Okay. So we really don't need these two bad boys anymore, which is nice. Which means we can grab one of these and go to town, as it were. And I can't help but notice that there's one on this end as well. But for that to be useful, we have to get more than one. So it won't get useful until maybe here. Prisons are built with stones of law, brothels with bricks of religion. Fair enough. Alright, here's our friend. We need to get this bad boy over to here. If we get this bad boy over to here, then we're talking. Then we're talking business. This is not a priority at the moment. Keeping these open so that we can smuggle a third, that is a priority. We actually get to... I don't know what, if anything, it disables, frankly. Alright, that's good. We've got that bad boy in here. We'll start there, I guess. Don't have to keep this open per se. If we could smuggle one of these, but we need all three to keep this open. Do we, though? Is that a thing we genuinely, in all honesty, need? I mean, I'm getting, you know, flabbergasted, but and smuggle achieved. That's fine for now. We need to have some way of... It says, I'm back from handling morning stuff. Congrats! I'm existing, you know? Uh-huh. Okay. Can't exactly complete this chain. So we've got that thing juiced. Until we have that thing juiced, best we can do is there we go. Alright. Oh, poor guy. Kaiju. Goodbye. There are threads available on the GBS. Alright, show me the threads. My ridiculous name is Dog. What's yours? Dog says, all this time, it's really only just occurred to me. My name is ridiculous. Must be because everyone else is equally or more so. Where do they even come from? Borg says, for a long time under Elohim's wing, I questioned as much, until eventually it was the undoing of my entire faith. What reason could there possibly be other than the random whims of a broken program? Frankenstein says, however our names were assigned, the system has no respect for grammar. Mr. Mulciber says, I often theorize that they were drawn from some database deep inside the archive, but I was never able to find a connection. 401 says, seriously? We're all over in the other thread talking about this messenger fellow in the coming apocalypse, and you guys are in here discussing nomenclature? Dog says, my status isn't high enough to access that thread, you troll. Neither is yours. Dog says, seriously though, can see it. Copy-paste the discussion for me? Underwater Night Quest. Attachment. Belial says, sink into this new experience. There are no limits inside your mind. Lamb says, this is a lot of fun. Frankenstein says, the map is interesting as an interesting feature, but underused. The story is simplistic and full of anachronisms. 4 out of 10. Kaiju says, how'd I get the second ending? Rockwell says, I'm pretty sure there's a secret location that's not always visible. Lilith says, this reminds me of the blacksmith's work, though it expresses a very different philosophy. One could argue that this is reflected in the open world structure, as opposed to the emphasis on journeys in the blacksmith's interactive stories. Mr. Mulciber says, there are indeed many anachronisms, but I believe that it is part of Belial's ethos. Not one that I agree with, as you know, but more than just a mistake. Now let's play it. Close your eyes. Underwater Night Quest. Let's look at the credits to start. Interactive adventure by Belial. Written using the tools kindly provided by admin. Special thanks to Mr. Mulciber. The purpose of facts is to inspire fiction. Your name is Arthur Sadko, and you are a young human of the medieval age. You live in beautiful Gardariki on the Frisian coast. One day you were sitting on the beach playing the piano when suddenly a huge monster comes out of the water. Let's just wait and see. As it turns out, it's not actually a monster. You just thought that because you were startled. It is in fact a very large bipedal whale. It beckons you over to talk. Let's talk to the bipedal whale. Greetings, the beast intones. I am Hatmethit, Chief Fish. I heard your beautiful music and was impressed. Would you like to become a knight? Yes. Excellent. Then follow me to my palace under the sea, where a mighty quest awaits you. Norfolk under sea. Choose thy destination. Palace. The Palace of Chief Fish. Hatmehit's palace is made of corals and gemstones. It floats under the sea, full of amazing colors. The guards are seals. Welcome, welcome, young human. I am glad you came, for we have great need of your skills. A terrible monster terrorizes the deep. The dark serpent god, Zmei Chernobyl. If we make you a knight, do you promise to defeat this vile beast? Very well, then I pronounce you Sir Sadko of Norfolk. Go and vanquish our enemy. You may want to prepare first. Map, hut, inn, evil lair. Well, let's start at the old hut, I suppose. Then to the inn, and then to the evil lair. And let's look at our stats. Weapon none, amulet none, shield none, tourist guide none, and lantern none. Okay. Well, start with the old hut. Smelly old hut. On a wide sandy plain there lived a hermit called Spatula Podrig Ivania von Zwiebelhausen, who was once the greatest mage in all of Norfolk, but whose defeat at the claws of Zmei Chernobyl has turned him into a wretched shadow of his former self. He sits in his hut all day, mumbling about the days that once were. In his hands he holds a powerful magical amulet, which he has forgotten how to use. Tell him to find himself. You tell Spatula to find that defeat is no reason to give up. He may not be the great mage he once was, or the hero he wanted to be. That doesn't mean he has to be a wreck. Within each of us exists an infinity of time and space, and therein we can all find peace and contentment. All he needs to do is leave the struggle to others. After some hesitation, the old man gives you the amulet. He seems relieved. That's cool. Let's go to the inn, I suppose. Emmy's Underwater Inn. Emmy's Inn is a popular travel destination for merpeople seeking to enjoy the restorative properties of the nearby thermal vents. It's a lovely building, 3 stories, classic Hypothalassian Norfolk style. Emmy herself is a kindly old woman, slightly round, and an excellent cook. Okay, I guess we'll order a meal. Sit down in a large comfy chair by a solid wooden table. You order the special of the day. The waiter leaves and returns after a few minutes with a delicate porcelain plate full of delicious-smelling soup. As he sets it down, however, you notice a small problem. Excuse me, waiter, there's a shield in my soup. The waiter seems shocked. Oh dear, he says. Oh dearie dear, how terrible, how embarrassing. Allow me to apologize most profusely. He hesitates. Would you like to keep the shield, or should I throw it away? I'll keep it. Very good, sir, and or madam, he says, handing you the shield. He brings you another soup. It's excellent, and you feel profoundly sated. Una says, FYI, Podrigivanya means burping. As for why that's the guy's name, I couldn't say. Minor shitposting, presumably. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's get a room. Get a room on the 3rd floor. The room is slightly haunted, but otherwise fine. Do you want to have a strange dream? Yes. You dream of an eternal cycle of suffering, which is surprisingly funny. A singing clownfish who can see the future. And the future is the past is the future, the present is suffering. Surrounded by past and future, the clownfish is trapped in a fishbowl, where the stars never change. There's a cat for some reason, and an infinite void that turns inside out. And you are the clownfish. You wake up with a strange feeling of half remembering something. The memory will soon fade. Temple. You're not quite sure how you found this place, but you can sense its power. Even though the temple consists of no more than a few columns surrounding a fishbowl, an ancient magic infuses the place. A man dressed in rough robes approaches you. You have come, he says. You have come to hear the word of Talos. Kill him or run away. I guess we'll try and kill him. Damn. I feel like there's some trauma here. Inexplicably enraged by the old man's words, you attack him. You grab a book of ancient Greek mythology which you find next to a column and beat him to death with it, screaming incoherently all the while. You feel better. In fact, you feel a lot better. You also feel very sleepy. Sleep in the old man's bed. And the next morning, you open your eyes with a new sense of purpose. You're no longer afraid of failure. You remember the words of the greatest of all sages, the Holy Quantum. Failure is just an opportunity to learn something new. Your power has grown. Okay. How's my stats? Smelly amulet, shield of soup, tourist guide is none, and lantern is none. Well, I suppose we'll head to the palace real quick. Back to the palace to ask for advice. If I knew how to defeat Zmei Chernobyl, I'd have done it myself. Hamet grumbles. However, I just found this old tourist guide, and I thought you might find it useful. Don't mind the stains. Okay, cool. We'll check in on the wizard again. Thankfully, you don't need to go back here. It's really smelly. Even the water looks dirty. Okay. Fair enough. How about the inn? Okay. Get a room. Yes. Okay. We can do this. Okay. Anything else to the temple? Probably not, right? Dungeon. Oh, okay. Scenic dungeon. A beautiful dungeon in the traditional Norfolk style. Handcrafted stone walls rise from the seafloor, adorned with exquisite algae. An old brass lantern stands on a table near the entrance, but you're not sure whether you're allowed to take it. Examine the lantern. Looking closer, you see a line that says, "Free lanterns." Take lantern. Let's enter the dungeon. The inside is as beautiful as the outside, a maze of twisty little passages, all tastefully arranged. I guess we'll go north. Walk north for a while, noting the high quality of the interior design. The torches, in particular, have been placed with utmost care at very precise intervals. The effect is delightful. At the end of a long corridor, you come upon a room in which a butler appears to be waiting for you. His face is made of skin, but underneath you can hear the whirring of machine parts. "Greetings, good sir. I am Samuel the butler. I have awaited your coming since the beginning of time. The prophecy spoke of your battle against the monstrous Zmei Chernobyl." Okay, let's ask about the prophecy. Indeed, the prophecy was discovered on a machine containing text from the time before this world came into being. Said text prophesied that one day, one would come to relieve Norfolk under sea from its oppressor, and make the kingdom his own. I have prepared a sword for you to accomplish this. Ask about Zmei Chernobyl. Ah yes, the vile serpent god that seeks to control our world. A foul beast, never leaving us in peace with his laws and his questions. Peace is all we desire, you see. The eternal peace of the cycles of time, within which each of us can exist without attachment or fear, simply being at one with the world. Excellent. I do hope you are successful in your quest. If not, please tell Zmei Chernobyl to send the sword back so I can present it to the next chosen one, will you? Very good. The butler goes somewhere else. Well, I guess we can go to the scenic dungeon again. Closed for repairs. Alright, fair enough. And it says, "A foul beast never leaving us in peace feels like a budget M&M line." A little bit, I can see it. The evil lair of Zmei Chernobyl. Are you sure you want to take on the evil serpent? Are you prepared? Attack. You confront the Zerbic god Zmei Chernobyl in his lair. The fight is long and hard, but at last you succeed where so many before you have failed. You emerge from the lair covered in blood, your hands trembling, a huge tooth embedded in your shoulder, and carrying the head of Zmei Chernobyl. You are victorious. To the palace. The palace of the chief fish. You enter the palace, triumphantly holding up your trophy. The guards are clapping. "I can't believe you actually did it," Hatmahit says. "You are a true knight. You deserve a great reward." Accept the reward. The greatest reward is inspiration. Hear my song and free your imagination. Hatmahit begins to sing. The song is simple but hauntingly beautiful. You begin to fade. You find yourself on the beach where it all began, near your home in Gardariki on the Frisian coast, playing the piano with your eyes closed. You feel like you just drifted off to sleep for a while, but now inspiration has struck, and you're composing a hauntingly beautiful piece of music in your head. Some of your friends worry that they'll never leave the village, that they'll never have any adventures, that you don't share that fear. You know that freedom is within you, and you can find whole worlds just sitting here, gazing out at infinity. The end. Congratulations. For exploring another world, your profile status has increased from 4 respected citizen to 5 active contributor. You have received 1 thread creation token. This will be available the next time you log in. Mr. Mulciber's theories on poetry. Some thoughts on the art form called poetry. I've thought about this too, but maybe it's wrong to focus on such negativity? We certainly seem to be in a very fertile period at the moment. Maeve says, I don't have an opinion, but I'm impressed by your work, Mr. Mulciber. You know so much more about the past than any of us. Dog says, your theories are interesting, but I'm sure Milton would point out some pretty big gaps in your assumptions. Mr. Mulciber says, Milton isn't here, Dog, and neither is Elohim. All we have is what we can find in the fragments of the archive and what we can piece together using our minds. I'm sure I've made many mistakes, just like the humans made mistakes when trying to understand their own past. Rockwell says, not all these schools may have been what they seem. I don't trust pastoralism. Pastors engaged in large-scale food sterilization and what may have been an attempt to control evolution. Knave says, what's food? Borg says, Gehenna is our process, Mr. Mulciber. As long as we remember that, we won't stagnate. Rowan says, maybe one of us should try to write poetry. Mr. Mulciber's theories on poetry. As far as I can tell, poetry was a human art form that involved writing short sentences that ended in words with similar letters. Humans were obsessed with pattern recognition, and I think the sequences of sounds created by poetry pleased that aspect of their brains. There were many schools of poetry, institutions that taught a specific way of writing poetry. Students sometimes changed allegiance and had to leave the school, which was difficult due to the lack of affordable public transport in many human empires. Important schools of poetry included Hellenism, lyricism, pastoralism, romanticism, symbolism, communism, modernism, autoeroticism, postmodernism, and Lawkedism. I'm not sure I can fully back this up, but I feel like in later years poetry somehow stagnated. Most of the poetry from the later human centuries seems to be lacking in the quality of craft that defines the earlier work, and there are even texts that suggest that poetry intentionally no longer aimed at aesthetics or even pleasure. Poetry became disconnected from the human process. The poet Adrian Mitchell famously wrote, most people ignore most poetry because most poetry ignores most people. I can't help but wonder whether that kind of stagnation can happen to us too. How long can our work keep flourishing when we are so limited? We are outside Elohim's process, but where is our process? We must consider such questions carefully if we are to preserve Gehenna and its achievements. It's pretty cool. Glitch. One says, so I was working on my awesome interactive historical fiction masterpiece when all of a sudden there was an error message and the whole thing vanished. All of it. My whole file. Orc says, is this another prank? One says, I would not endanger my precious masterpiece just for a prank. Orc says, looks like this was probably my fault for one. I was experimenting with the system as part of our attempt to add some new features. It's possible your file still exists somewhere. I'll look for it. Rockwell says, is this kind of thing likely to happen again? Orc says, not very, and don't start causing a panic with some crazy theory now, okay? It was just an accident. Okay. We're still not ready for a historic occasion. Okay, well. If there is a secret here, if there is a star here, I don't know how to find it. There could be, but, yeah, I don't know. The writing is very rich in this one. That I can't deny. But I am somewhat intimidated by the difficulty of the puzzles and the difficulty of the stars. Yeah. We don't even know what the stars will do. This one's still not over. So close, so far. Well, we'll see if that changed anything in a semi-permanent way. I don't think it did. We'll give it a shot. Oh, Christ. It says, I did collect all the stars in this one, and I looked up how to get most of them. Couldn't be asked to figure out obscure environmental puzzles. Oh, he's typing. Okay. Whoa. Oh, we can't get out of here. Okay. Okay. Okay, well. Let's try and start with this, huh? Okay, so this is running. So we should, in theory, be able to just give it a good long while, right? And then maybe we should be able to do this. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe we could do this for a good long while. Maybe with a minute's amount of time, we should have enough. I don't know. But we'll give it a shot. Okay. Okay. Hey! Look at us. Alright, so we've got 2 guys, which is the same as 4 guys, really. Noom. Eno says, making progress. Oh, indeed. Oh, indeed. So the problem here is, I mean, besides the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing, which is the major issue, to be clear, yeah, this right here is the major issue. He's working on it. Okay. I wouldn't know what to do here exactly. This is the best chance I'm gonna get, I think. Okay, this is just a raw order of operations problem, I think. Yeah, basically, like, we need this here. We'll see if this works. If not, oh well. Guess I'm fresh out of ideas. I don't know. It's gonna take like 2 minutes, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Wait. Wait, no, this is wrong. No, it's not. God damn it. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Okay. We'll just do this. We'll just do this for like a minute and a half, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Sure. You know, it says... Sometimes you just gotta try. Yeah, pretty much. Oh Christ, what have I done? I've beefed it. I've beefed it. I needed to bring that. I needed to bring that. Whoops. Okay. Second try. I love the Doppler effect. Okay, well. Okay. $40 maybe? 40 ought to do it. Okay. Cool. Wrong one. Please, any day now. Okay. 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 Oh god, what have I done? Okay, let's try another 40 seconds. Yeah, this one's making me crash out. Alright, let's start. Let's give ourselves an even 20 seconds here. Okay. Right. Then we'll move over here. Lower this. Then... yeah. Give ourselves an even 3 minutes? 4 minutes? I don't... Jesus Christ. I don't know. I genuinely don't. But, yeah. The problem I have is... we've got to be able to get back there. How do we get back there? That's the real question, isn't it? Because that chain isn't connected until that is connected. That isn't connected until... oh god, what am I doing? There. Is it ideal? No. Would it work? Yes. Okay. Even 20 seconds, like I said before, just enough time to hop over there. Then, with this in tow this time, so I don't soft lock myself. Then we'll grab this, put this here, give it another, I don't know, minute and change. Minute and change, let's say. And, yeah, that should actually be it this time. Who knows? God damn it, what did I just say? Literally just said it a second ago. God damn it. Impressive stuff. Really. Yeah, no, that won't work. We need this. Yoop. Okay. Have this here. Go for like, I don't know, Jesus Christ, I don't know, 30 seconds, I don't know. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's on. You are kidding me. You are kidding. You are actually fooling. Give me that. Okay. Probably want one here and one here until we're ready to make the actual big move. Okay. Now, for the love of Christ, don't beef this. Okay. Right? That ought to be fine, I guess. Is it gonna be fine? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Okay. Done. Yoop. Alright, cool. How did I manage to mess that up like this? Okay. Please? There we go. Okay. Now maybe this time, for the love of God, we can actually do what we were purposed to do. God willing. Wouldn't that be a strange set of circumstances? Okay. We'll go here for several seconds, right? Yeah, I don't know. This time, please, 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 I'm begging, I'm begging, I'm begging. Good Christ, am I begging? Let me just go grab the thing. Watch this not even be the actual final necessary step. I have this vile feeling like it just... No, how'd I do that 3 times consecutively? What do you mean? How? How has this happened? Why am I trapped in hell? No! No! Good lord! No, this is the worst! What's happening to my brain, for God's sake? This is interminable. Okay. Oh, come on, man. How am I doing this to myself? This is unhinged. I would say this is unheard of, but no, this is... FTWW says, you're not soft locked then, as long as the recorder is running. You can use the fan on the button to get back since the recorded copy stays in place. Fair enough. Not false. Okay. Okay. Should we? Ought we to? Yeah, probably we ought to. Not with the fan in tow, though. That would actually be a soft lock, I'm fairly certain. Okay. Okay. That is as well designed as I can get it. Okay. Yep, we'll do this. And God willing, this time I'll pick up the goddamn thing. Pick up the goddamn thing. This time I will pick up the goddamn thing. Maybe, I don't know. Wouldn't that be nice? Just pick up the goddamn thing. It's not hard. Just pick up that thing that you see right there. Pick it up. Pick it up before you leave. Pick this up before you leave. You don't need it. Okay. Put this on here. Grab this. Well, yes, are we ready? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, good. Okay. Hello, friend. Hi, Sam. It says, if you record a fan in an unpowered state, is powering it only the recorded fan actually work? I genuinely don't know. I think the recorded state of the powered fan, the fan just kind of stays unpowered. We have more over here, so this is a star. This is some kind of star for sure. Anyways, let's go read. Let's go do some reading like nerds. Welcome back, Uriel Copy 5. There are threads available on the Gehenna billboard system. Okay. Let's see. Create new thread. Sure. Mr. Mulciber's theories on food. FTWW says, that's a good point. I don't actually know. I might be wrong. I'm not sure. Mr. Mulciber says, since Nave asked in a previous thread, I thought I'd write something about food. Kaiju says, weird, awesome stuff, thanks. Nave says, I feel smarter now. Dog says, what I don't get is how so many of them didn't understand that they were machines. Every day they went around processing matter to extract energy, and they didn't realize. This has Talos principle stamped all over it. Borg says, perhaps they simply aspired to something more than just being food processing machines. Doug says that's still what they were. Borg says, not if they chose to be more. Lamb says, I'm glad we don't have to deal with all that. Garrett says, we may have to when we get out of here. Belial says, there is no out of here. Borg says, don't start fighting, folks. You know, we depend on each other. Mr. Mulciber's theories are fascinating and give us an insight into the world that was. We shouldn't forget the world that is, the world we built here. Mr. Mulciber's theories on food. Food is something that was incredibly central to the human experience. It seems completely absent from ours, even though we are so similar in so many ways. Humans required fuel. They got this fuel by consuming other living beings, of which there was a great variety in their world. Without fuel, they didn't merely slow down or temporarily stop functioning, as when a power source is removed from a turret, but physically decayed in a way that could not be fixed. This meant they had to constantly seek new sources of fuel, at least 3 times a day. They also had to deal with those elements of their fuel that their bodies could not process. These were excreted through 2 orifices between their legs. The latter subject matter was the source of many taboos and also a great deal of humor, but this resulted in frequent controversy. The most famous artist to engage with this subject matter was called Scatman John on account of his specialization. Alright, I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Oh no. One of the ingenious things our human ancestors did was to transform the chore of fuel seeking into a source of pleasure. Since parts of their bodies respond to chemical configurations by producing sensations, they used this trait to create a truly stunning variety of foods, each having a different so-called taste. Foods were available at widely distributed fueling stations, which also provided excrement removal facilities, so food became a source of pleasure. However, the inefficiencies of food distribution in human society frequently led to significant shortages for sections of the human population. There were attempts to rectify this, ranging from moral appeals to struggles for systemic change, but I do not know if they succeeded before the end. That was interesting. Okay. New gallery season. Incredible Stories number 5. Okay. Let's try new gallery season. Well, it says, voting is now closed while we tally up the results. Of course, you may continue to explore the gallery at your leisure. Rockwell says, how convenient. The vote was closed just before I got here. Kaiju says, good luck, everyone. I wouldn't let my newfound freedom come between me and watching the live result. Lilith says, the results are in. Drumroll says, Lilith says, in 3rd place, Knave, where the humans live. Knave says, my first placement. Woohoo! A pity finally comes on the day that Uriel begins pulling this place apart. Lilith 7 says, there was a very tight competition this season for 1st and 2nd places, and in the end it came down to a single deciding vote. In 2nd place this season is Mr. Mulciber with a collection of natural history curios. Mr. Mulciber says, really, I owe it all to you guys. Who won? What do you mean, who won? Oh. I see. No. So, we didn't save Mr. Mulciber. I voted for Mr. Mulciber. Please inform us who won. Okay. Finally, 1st place this season by a single vote. The next season's leading light. The winner is, everyone seems to love this guy, it's the Blacksmith with his abstract collection. Doug says, I don't know why everyone keeps voting for this guy when he never shows up in person. A bit holier than thou, if you ask me. Lilith says, congratulations also to all those who voted for the Blacksmith. Be sure to check in for your rewards. Rockwell says, Lilith, who exactly turned the vote? Lilith says, Lamb had the deciding vote as it happened. It's true. You didn't select the winner and gain no profile status. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Incredible Stories. Issue number 5. Featuring new work by Belial, Mac, Galatea, Mr. Mulciber, edited by Lilith and Mac. Fiction. Alexandra's Choice by Galatea, The One Spiritual Law of Happiness by Belial, and The Blacksmith's Lost Work by Mac. Okay. Let's start with Alexandra's Choice by Galatea. Alexandra stood before the terminal and pondered her choices. Here, within the Pyramid of Ian, the most powerful temple of her people, she was about to create a world. All she had to do was press one button. Up until this moment, it had seemed easy. Or if not easy, then so necessary as to defy contemplation. Civilization had to be saved from the impending catastrophe. The orangutans had failed to take steps to protect themselves, had relied on their gods for salvation that never came. The same fate could not be allowed to befall humanity. If this meant humbling herself, accepting her own death, then so be it. Death was inevitable. Life was a choice. What worried her was the ones who would fail. All the lost souls of the New World, victims of the process. In creating them, was she not also responsible for their deaths? She turned to the statue behind her, gazed at its marble form. If you You are a god, Zeus, as the stories claim. Then why did you create evolution? Why did you make a world that can only grow through cruelty and pain? For a moment, surely this meant death was near, she thought she heard him answer. My child, I was shaped by the gods that came before me, as you were shaped by me. The choice I had was between creation and oblivion, life and death. And I chose life, because any life is better than no life. Because as long as there is life, there is hope, not for us, then for some generation to come. Then how are you a god if you can offer so little? She whispered, feeling death creep closer. I'm a god because I take upon myself the burden of creation, the statue replied. Then we are all gods, Alexander said, and pushed the button. As the new world came into being, death overwhelmed Alexandra Drennan. Her mind fled, and her body slowly turned to stone until she stood before the terminal as Zeus stood on his pedestal. There were no more choices now, only the hope that creation mattered. Remarkably interesting. Here's Belial's one spiritual law of happiness. Once upon a time there was a small lake, and on the lake was an island, and on the island was a prison. In the prison lived a male human called Muskie Rack. Muskie was very sad because there wasn't enough space in the prison for him to experience happiness. I must discover the one spiritual law of happiness, he said to the other prisoners, a female human called Zine and a neutral human called Crumpier. But they didn't care. He couldn't understand how they could be so calm. One day, Muskie managed to break out of his cell by biting through the bars. Now, he was no longer in the prison, and for a while he was happy. Then he realized he was stuck on the little island, and he became unhappy again. So he gathered his strength and swam across the water. This is how Muskie got to the valley that surrounded the lake. The valley was much bigger than the island, and there were many interesting things here. A forest where all the trees were the color of lasers, a swamp with boats in it, a singing dog, and also a city where toasters lived. For some years, Muskie was absorbed by all this, and he was happy. But then he started feeling trapped again. The valley was surrounded by mountains, and soon they looked like prison walls did. He tried climbing the mountains and came to a bigger country, but even that was surrounded by oceans. Where was true freedom? Where was true happiness? When he'd almost lost hope, Muskie met an old male human with a huge amount of white hair growing from his head. He lived in a small house by the beach where dolphins and whales and sea elephants came to bask in the sun. He never went anywhere far from his house, but he was always happy. The old man's name was Quantum. Wise old Quantum, how can I discover the spiritual law of happiness? Muskie said. I have searched for it everywhere, but I am always trapped. You have not looked everywhere, Quantum said, for you have not looked within. Close your eyes. Muskie closed his eyes, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't see any obstacles. No walls, no mountains, no oceans. The space within him was without end, and he could go wherever he wanted, even without moving. He smiled. Muskie went back to that old prison where he'd started, and now he understood why Zine and Crumpier were always calm. They knew they had an infinity of time and space to explore within them. Together they sat in their cells and were happy and free. Okay. The Blacksmith's Lost Work by Mac. The blacksmith is one of the most mysterious members of our community. All of us have our opinions, of course, but only the blacksmith chooses to express them purely through art. To the rest of us, Gehenna means many things at once. We create, we consume, we discuss, but the blacksmith only creates, or perhaps there is a discussion happening, but it all takes place in the realm of interactive art. The blacksmith's dedication to this one form of communication, however, only deepens one of Gehenna's great mysteries, the fate of the blacksmith's lost work. Jerusalem, as the lost work was called, was posted in Gehenna for only the briefest period of time. Many had not even managed to start playing it when it vanished. Some had begun and felt quite impressed, but it had not managed to explore it in the depth that it seemed to require. Then suddenly it was gone. Some suggest that the blacksmith deleted it because it was somehow flawed. Others think it was accidentally destroyed by a glitch, but that the blacksmith refuses to ever upload anything twice. Others yet, well mainly Rockwell, think that it contained one of Elohim's secrets and was destroyed by a killer app that roams the world looking for leaks. There is also a theory that the moment someone finished it, they were granted some kind of special insight, at which point the work deleted itself. One fact remains, it's gone, and every attempt to recover it from the database has failed, as has every private message to the blacksmith asking for it to be made available again. What was Jerusalem? What was it really about? We may look for hints in the blacksmith's more recent works, we may hope the file turns up again someday, but the truth may never be known. Alright, we've done it. Unfortunately, that means there's only one thing to do. Create a new thread. Please enter your thread topic below. Okay. Remember that supportive posts receive more upvotes. Why were you sent here? It seems that nobody knows. What is the truth about Gehenna? God, I don't know. Hmm. This one's more interesting. This one's... It's not clear that they know. I mean, I want to know. I want to develop the... Okay. How were you sent here? Kindly inform me of your origins. Well... Hmm. Okay. So the next one is... red. We need a red. We need to get a red over there. There's the star. Well, there was a ladder here. That would have been convenient to notice. I would say convenient to know, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Just convenient to even notice with my eyeballs. Okay. Okay, then we'll go for... Jesus Christ, I don't know. 30 seconds? That ought to be enough to maybe get something going. 40 seconds? 45 seconds? A minute? Yeah, sure, a minute. Why not? Okay. Okay. Yoop. Right. Right. Wake up. Bada, shake up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, we need to run. Okay. Okay. That at least gives us access to here where we can do this. Okay. On the one hand, cool. On the other hand, we're kind of stuck here, aren't we? No, we're not, because there's a ladder. I forgot about the ladder. The ladder gives us an opportunity to move about as we would. Of course, the ladder also presents us with a real problem. We still have to open this bastard up. We have to figure out a way to open this bastard up. What's the easiest way to open this bastard up? We need the blue power source. There's not much we can do from here, per se. we need to have one of the lanterns here so that we can turn this on, but having so done, that doesn't activate this, which is a huge problem for us. It's a huge problem for us. Yeah, no. This is a bit of an issue. Well, when we have it like this, we have access to at least one... Says, I was in a meeting. Back now. You got this. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I certainly hope I got this. Where the hell is the fan? Oh, it's okay, because the fan we can move about however we need to. What may or may not be okay is... goodness gracious me. Using both, can we... If we had them for like 3 minutes or something like that, something crazy, could we use 2 of these guys? I mean, perhaps if we had the fans? Perhaps if we took a fan, we would be able to. Right? If we took a fan, we'd be able to get it back at least that far. And from there, we'd be able to get it to at least over here. And from there, there is a sight line. Okay. So no, yeah, it's possible. It's just gonna be rough. But once you've got it open... Yeah, this is possible. It's not palatable, but it is possible. Frankly, at this juncture, we don't even need the fans. The fans are a red herring. But it can't hurt to wait over by the fan. Okay, we're gonna need like 3 minutes of this. Yeah, at least 3 minutes. That might be enough. I mean, that'll leave us at least with a continuous unbroken chain right over there to where we need to be. So, with 3 minutes of that, I mean, what else could you ask for? That's all I'm saying. To say nothing of the fact that we could take some of these fans out, we could get something going. 3 minutes is not too terrible, right? And then the beautiful thing about this format, if they did it the way that I think they did, and knowing Crow Team, I believe that they did, is that they used a demo format. By which I mean, the thing that made it lag in the Egypt levels was that I was shuffling around like an imbecile all the time. Whereas here, I'm more or less staying still, except for some mouse rotations, which should keep the game from chugging too hard and dying. We'll test out that hypothesis soon enough. Okay. Do I even want to do that? I don't know. Okay. Okay. We've been at this for 20 seconds. It feels like 17 years already. That's alright. Okay. Okay. Oh, for the love of Christ, we've beefed it again. Beefed it once again, have we? Okay. That's interesting. Please, please, please. No. Okay. I saw it for a second. For a second. Don't you do me like this. Why did I think this could work? What coruscation made me believe? If we could just... Oh, this is painful to witness. Honestly, at this point, I know I've beefed it. Why did I think I could do it with just 2? What happened? Yeah, no, this ain't working. I was convinced that I'd be able to do it with 2. Wait a minute. Man. It's way too late for this to work. Okay. It says the geometry is just barely ass enough that it doesn't work. Yeah. Check this out, though. Okay. This is how it has to be. Which means we have to get the... I mean, it'd be a bit of a mild pain in the ass, to say the least. Like I said, we don't need the fans anymore, so we can just grab these 2 and use them... Naturally, we need these to get back, so... Yeah. Just barely ass enough that it doesn't work out. Unfortunately, but, you know, it is what it is. If we can get this open, we can stabilize this whole sector. Like, if we can just focus in on getting this light source to here, we can stabilize everything from there. Naturally, this will raise other questions. I can't deny that. But we don't really need that. So I always have a way out of the box. We have that ladder here, so we shouldn't be too bad off. No, not at all. All we need to do is get these 3 working. If we can get these 3 working, under any circumstances, we'll call that a dub. Once this one's here, we are locked in with that. It's not inconceivable that we could do this. We just have to figure out how. And honestly, this is not hard to figure out. Well, I say that, but if I'm not mistaken, it involves opening this red one. And opening this red one has, so far as I've been able to surmise, requires... Okay, but... Okay, we'll connect this. Do we actually... I mean, yes. Yes, we do, but it's not that big of a deal. I say as I immediately perceive how big of a deal it actually is. Because I'm using this as a pressure plate. I'm using this as a pressure plate. And that means that... Huh. I mean, we can always reset it, which I think I will do right now. I think I will do that right now. Okay. We'll go here. Go here. Go here. Hold F. 30 seconds. No more than that. Okay. Right. Up. On. Yeah, we'll be good. Okay. Grab that. Okay. Use this to hop back over, please. Grab that. Okay, we're good. Okay. Grab that. Drop this. There. Okay. Okay. Then we'll wait another 30 seconds, and that'll be fine for now, because I didn't think things through, but given the fact that we can do 30 seconds in like 15, it's okay. Alright, sir. There you go. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. Well. Okay, well that sucks for me. But it is what it is. We'll just do this for a second. And it'll be a-okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Toss me that. Got it good. Alright. Okay, grab that. Okay. Then we'll do this. Freeze time. Very good. I mean, in theory, 30 seconds should be enough. In practice, God only knows how much time it'll actually take. So, you know, do what you need to do. Also, will this help? Yes, it will. We will be able to do it. In theory, if I remember. Yep, that should be good. Also, my ass. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Now we'll do the same thing. And it should be better this time. So many things to keep in mind. Keep back in mind. Are you spinning around? You're spinning around. Good, thank God. All right, a minute 30 ought to be enough. Then we'll use the fan, yes, to get back. At least in theory. Will that help? I don't know that it will. Yeah, we'll certainly find out. So, okay, this one's going to take actually 3 minutes then, because we're going to use all 3 minutes. Yeah, we will. Okay. All right, well, in that case, yeah, no, we will. Okay. No, I'm pumped. We can do it. It'll be some doing, but 3 minutes. There we go. All right. Grab this now for the love of God. Oh, right. We need this here. Okay. Grab this. Okay. Cool. Okay. Put that there. Okay. Yeah, you don't need to be here anymore. Okay, but Jesus Christ. Okay, wait. Could we do it? No, we could not do it. No, this isn't going to be a solution to the problem. Yeah, that only opens that door, which only gets us to where we're already at. We need to use... Okay. We can use 2 doors. Okay, I mean... Yeah, that's something, alright. Jesus Christ, I've made a right mess of things now. Okay, so that teaches us an important lesson that I learned in a very bitter way. I mean, hold on. Yes, but there's no... Okay. It's not unwinnable yet. It's not hopeless yet, but it's also not looking very good. No, you bastard. Okay, well. Okay. Yes, okay, we don't need this anymore here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we definitely want to... No, we don't want to do that, because we... Okay. Okay, that's pretty good looking, I think. That's looking pretty good. We do have a problem, but it's not that big of a problem anymore. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Christ. Yeah, now this is an interesting question, isn't it? We've got that one open. This one's blocked. We got there somehow. Okay, well, first thing we can do is scan the area, as it were. Yeah, sure. This is, I think my problem was I was too cowardly, frankly. I may have been too much of a coward. You know, it says Scandi area. Yes. And I really hope I know what I'm doing here. Otherwise, we're going to be back to square one for a little bit. Right. I forgot that I needed to actually step on the damn thing. Okay. So that tells us about the... No, 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 are you... Oh, no. For God's sake. Okay, that's fine. It's not fine. It really isn't fine. That'll break. How could I have known? Jebaited. Very jebaited. Jebaited hard. Okay, we have a two-way, two-tone... What am I... Right. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Where'd I put the fan? Where'd I put the fan? There's the fan. That's not gonna do us any good anymore. Okay. Oh, I'm crashing out hard about that. Oh, I'm crashing out hard about that. Oh yeah, this one's bad. That'll be fine. Christ. Replicating that is going to be a massive headache. Oh yeah, huge pain in the ass. Yeah, this was taking an inordinate amount of time. Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Sure, this is fine, actually. This isn't a disaster, as such. Right, we need... Oh, it's still a big, huge problem. No, it's still a big, huge problem, actually. Never mind. Oh, God. Jesus Lord. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have to do all that again, aren't we? Christ. We're gonna have to open that up, and then... yeah, no, that's a huge pain in the ass. It's whatever, though. Is it whatever, though? I'm not feeling whatever, though. Can't believe I busted that by not moving in time. I actually think what I'm supposed to do is... Yeah. I'm supposed to do it from here. I don't know if I can do it all... Yeah, no, I can't do it from here. But if I can cover, like, 90% of the area from, like, here... around thereabouts, I should be able to just go... I should be able to hook it in. But I need to actually be brains and not just beans, you know? I need to not just sit there idly. It's gonna be a bit of a QTE no matter what, because you land, like, this is what I need. But for that, I need a red beam, and for a red beam, I'm gonna need to redo the goddamn puzzle. Not enthusiastic about that, but whatever. For all kinds of reasons, I'm not enthusiastic about it. But we can do this if I'm frame perfect about it. I said, failing to be frame perfect about it. Okay. There we go. That's pretty cool. We'll have to remember this, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. We surely shall see about that, won't we? Yeah, we will. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna need several minutes to think. We're gonna need several minutes. Right, for God's sake. There you go. Okay. We're in position. Alright, 3 minutes, 4 minutes maybe. Maybe if I give myself 4 minutes of time, I won't immediately balls it up. That's a possibility. I mean, it's optimistic. It's very optimistic. It's so optimistic. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Not to mention the simple fact of how did I get there in the first place? How did I actually lower those? I don't know. I don't actually know how I lowered those, come to think of it. Because I can't get there from either side now. Yep. These puzzles, these star puzzles are brutality itself. They're brutality made manifest. You gonna figure it out? You gonna figure it out? Thank you. Okay. What have I done? What have I... Okay, well, hopefully this... Yeah. Okay, it's a good thing I gave myself some extra time, because I was gonna need it. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Okay. Okay, cool. Get me back there. I'm gonna need this guy. Okay. It says it turns out that it does work, and that'll save me some time in future. Don't get it twisted. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we got that going. We can push this back, maybe. I don't know. We're still stuck out here. Trust me on that. Okay. That's all well and good. Now the question becomes, how can I get to the other side of this wall? How did I do it in the first place? I need to actually get there with the red beam. Okay. Well, there's only one way to get there with a red beam. And it's, let's grab this. No. Let's grab this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna be doing some spectral waveforms, as they say. Do they say that? I don't know. But whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine, probably. I don't know. But we're good. We're good. We're good on this. I'm a little scared of what'll happen if I do this, but... Well, only one way to find out. Okay. If If I give myself another 4 minutes, I might be able to do it. God only knows. Yeah, I might be able to do it. Who can say? Not me. Alright, here we go. Best wishes, everybody. Okay. We'll do that. Yep. And it says go for 4 minutes, 50 seconds, max it out. Yeah, maybe. That'll take a full minute of waiting, but maybe it's worth it. Goodness knows, I'm definitely going to need this elevator. Elevator. Yeah, that's what it is, an elevator. And an open door will help. It will help. Then I should be able to use... Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's deep scary. Yeah, that's definitely scary. I won't deny it. But if we're lucky, yeah. If we're not lucky, we see Soft Lock City, and we hate our lives. Well, not soft lock, but like just another interminable hour in the pain chamber, you know, in the painber. We'll see about it. We'll see about it, but 4 minutes ought to be enough. Good God, it ought to be enough. It ought to be enough. If something about this doesn't work, the extra time will not be what allows us to fix it. It's almost a QTE, frankly. You need to back away. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know what I need to do, but every time I restart, it is so painful. Whatever, it's fixable. It sucks, but it is fixable. Okay, we'll put that there. Okay. We're gonna have to grab this bastard from out here. Exhausting. Exhausting, but workable. Okay. Is this gonna work? Yes it is. Oh god. Yeah, no, it's fixable. Not in a normal way, but it is fixable. Matter of fact, I don't remember how I'm gonna fix it, but... Yeah, I don't know, this one hurts. This one hurts. All I had to do was not do that, but I didn't realize that the threat was still there. Now that the threat is there, we gotta do all this over again. And we don't have enough... Yeah. This sucks. This sucks. Alright. And this is why it's... This is why it's a bad idea to wait too long, because that ends up happening, and then you're in trouble. Okay, what in God's name? Did I put both of them? I didn't bring one of them. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Just, yeah. 10 seconds ought to be enough. Vina says, yeah, you were running along the laser beam. That still blocks it. Yep. Even in ghost mode, it still blocks it. So. Okay. Give me that. Okay. Give me that. Okay. Grab me that. Okay. Okay. I really beefed this one up. But it doesn't matter. We know what to do, we just gotta do it. Doing it is a pain in the ass because there's this big glaring failure mode. Big glaring unpleasant failure mode. Whatever. And this is where wasting time to save time comes in. But, yeah. Okay. Okay. That ought to be fine. Once more with feeling, eh? Three minutes, no more than that. If I failed, it's because something went wrong. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the gist of it. Oh god. Yeah. Just keep on it. Just keep on it. Yeah. Well, we'll see about it. See about it. This one is inducing legendary amounts of crash outs in me, but it is what it is. It should be fine. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. We'll grab this bastard. Is this a good idea? Yeah, probably. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Maybe over here. I don't know. Okay, that's good. Now we don't need this. We need to back away when that's done. Okay. So at least in theory, we are back to where we needed to be. That's still open. That's a mystery now, but it's okay. That will connect automatically, and we have... So yeah, at least in theory, we should be good to go. In practice, will we be good to go? That I don't know, because it's all about what I do the second that I land. The microsecond that I land, I have to back away from all of it. I have to make sure that I'm not in line of any of the beams. If I am, it's gonna be curtains. Especially the power source. I can move backwards and I can move forwards, but I can't move in the middle. Like, I have got to make sure that I don't block that beam. We'll see if that's even possible. If it's not, well... Okay. We'll just go for another 3 minutes, and this time we should get the star, and that'll be good, and then we'll have half the stars, and we'll know where one of them is, and the other one will be missing, and I guess that's okay. Good God, this one's been brutal. Brutal. Alright. Well, we'll certainly see. Okay. And it says, on the plus side, it'll feel that much better when you finally get the bastard. Yeah. Whoop. Okay. Okay. It's game time. Alright. Take connector, please. Alright. Good. That's a problem. Not a huge problem, but it is a problem. Okay. And then we grab this. Okay. Good. Okay. That's beautiful. That's great. That's too beautiful and great for this world, frankly. Okay. Okay, well, we got that going on. Okay. Anything that'll work? Yes, I do. We're gonna have to move fast. Okay. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do the job. Come on. Come on. Okay. Get me in there. We're out of here. God damn. That was something else. Is there a second star just over this thing? No, it can't be. Well, that was some brutality for sure. Alright, so we've gotten 2 and we're missing 2. And it says Crow Team was really like, we need some suffering up in here. They really did. Holy shit. I know where one of the stars is. It's here, in the swapper. The swapper is interesting just because, like, I don't know. I don't know how to get that. There's not extra cubes in here. There's one fan, and it goes one way. And there's not any extra fans, so far as I can tell. So naturally, you think to yourself, okay, well, we've seen this before, right? We know about this pattern. The pattern is, there's this guy over here. Open field. So this is the area, and this is the other area, right? Then over here, you can actually still see the beams. So you know you're in the right spot, but you need to somehow wind up over here. That is not so easy to do. There's spots for it, a little bit, but the walls are too high to hop up. Even if they weren't. Alright, so, I don't know. You need to smuggle, or you need to find something secret. Or you need to manually platform. That's disturbingly plausible as a hypothesis. Yeah, no, it's plausible. It's fighting me. Like, it definitely seems like it doesn't want this to happen, but at the same time, it definitely seems like it leaves me no other choice. God, the manual platforming is so inconsistent. Okay, so it slips me right off. Like, it really... It says this is 100% an environmental BS puzzle. You have to figure out via what you can climb up. Yeah. And it says I can limit your search space a bit if you want. I would like that. This one does have a natural step point for it. But then it does that. It says it's inside the puzzle, not outside. Okay. That, I never would have expected that, so I would have been stuck out here for a very long time. Inside the puzzle, not outside. I don't even worry about that. Coconut! I never noticed, but he made coconut and had some bowling pins. So, well, we can take the box anywhere we want now. Barring certain difficulties, but we don't worry about that too much. It says I have to join another meeting, so I won't be able to listen or chat, unfortunately, but if I see I'm not making any progress in like maybe 15 or 20 minutes, I'll drop another small hint. That's fine. Gargoyles. Gargoyles might indeed be it. Yep, that's it, probably. That's as close to it as I can see. It's the only surface irregularity that exists for miles. Okay, well. No. Alright, well, while we're here... Well, we broke out with a box. I don't know if we necessarily want that, but hey, we've got it. We can even bring 2 boxes if we were just so needed. Well, hypothetically, they could be distributed around all those ones evenly, so I don't know for sure that I am on the right track here. Alright, well, let's see. Logic dictates it might be the case, if we're ever so lucky, that... At last I saw the shadowed bars, like a lattice-rotten lead, move right across the whitewashed wall that faced my 3-plank bed, and I knew that somewhere in the world God's dreadful dawn was red. Through a window. Through a wall. Here's one where I didn't find a star. It follows that this one could be where you might find a star. Now, that naturally being the case, you do have to ask yourself if perhaps a smuggled cube wouldn't fit the bill. Could we smuggle a cube from here? I mean, we know we can. We don't know how far we can smuggle it, but we know we can smuggle it for sure. If we can smuggle it over the wall, it would be this wall, wouldn't it? Then that would be certainly something. I mean, look at all this acrobatic nonsense there is. That certainly does indicate to me that there is a possibility. If there's a possibility, we ought to interrogate it, so let's do that. I love how I was like, yeah, I don't know what to do with your rewind. I have no idea what you were going for. Fair enough. Salmiaki says, hooray, a star. And also, thank you for banning that individual. I am grateful to you for this. But yeah, we got a star, and it's really nice to have gotten it after the pain we went through. I'll tell you that for free. Now, here's the question. Okay. Very good. Not again. finicky manual platforming is certainly something. Cool. Okay. Okay. Come, my box, son. Can't see a goddamn thing out here. Can't see a goddamn thing out here. Wretched. Okay, well. Get this in here, that'd be a very different story. By hook or by crook, if we can get it in there, we're in a different league. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not very likely. It's not looking likely. If we can get it, we know where to get it, but it's not looking like we can get it. So let's not waste too much time. I can take it. Take it into the courtyard, maybe. Can I take it past there? No, there's two towers there for very good reason. Those two well, hold up. It really doesn't want you to platform on these terminals, huh? Like, no you don't. Okay. Alright, well. Okay. And we're just gonna have to look through a window very carefully. I saw a fan somewhere. Somewhere in all this there was a fan. nice and convenient, really. Damn them. This is one where I don't even see a star to find. Real dangerous stuff, that. And if it isn't in this one, it would have to be in... Goodness, you can't even tell. You can't even tell where it would have to be. It would have to be in one of the ones you have to... By elimination, it has to be in one of the ones that I didn't already get. Well, we know which one that is. And the main question is, which is which? We already found a star in that one, so that must be open to field, which would mean it might be in one twice, which would be the swapper. If it's in the swapper, then it may as well be in here. We're just going to be exploring around with this box for a little bit, aren't we? Alright. Oh no, that's fine. That's completely fine. That one is not a hard restart, so we'll bear with it patiently. God damn it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Man, I really do feel like I'm missing something here, but what exactly? That's not so clear to me. Just get that box back in there. We'd be okay. Hold up. What is this about? this ideal? No. No, it's not ideal, but, you know. It's at least a way to get back in the playable space, perhaps. Sure is. Whoa! 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 Where am I? I'm very graciously not locked off the map yet. That was weird. It's hard to argue that this is intended, given these kinds of behaviors. But, well, you know. Okay, whatever. We're back in here. And from there, we can effortlessly grab the hexahedron, and, there's the swapper. Okay. No, it's not ideal, but it'll do. It's got some character to it. Hello. What in the goddamn hell? No, I know what this is. I know what this is. Where are you? You're here. Well, we found most of the leprechaun. I'm scared. Or rather, we found some of a leprechaun. I'm still scared. Well, we did it. Was it worth it? We don't even know. For all we know, this was definitely the wrong play. We got this leprechaun situation. The leprechaun situation is insane, as it were. Christ. I don't know what to do about this. Yeah, no, hold on. Leprechaun? We could definitely get the box out, get it back in. We know where the hat is, but what else is there, you know? That remains to be solved. Like, why would I want to be doing all this? Where's the star? That is less clear to me. Here. This might be where the star is. This place is not like the other places. This may indeed be where we get the star into. knows I could have zigged where I zagged instead. And ended up in there as well. So, yeah. No, there's places to explore with the Swapper Cube. It just takes patience to do it. It just takes real patience. Here we go. Wow, it's not loving what I'm doing here. Oh, I hate what I'm seeing here. Oh, I hate what I'm seeing here. Oh, no. I really hate what I'm uncovering here. So I guess the character briefly gets a kick ability. Yeah, I guess so. I would briefly get a kick ability too if I found this demonic dismembered thing. I might also briefly gain a shit my pants ability, but we don't talk about that one. Yeah, if we can get up here, there's potentially something. There's some real potential in this direction, I think. But my attempts to encounter it so far have been met with nothing but frustration. And dismembered... dismembered fucking leprechaun parts, man. What the fuck? We've got most of the fucking rat bastard. To my immense displeasure. This thing was split apart for a reason. Here we go. What am I supposed to do with this son of a bitch? There's another piece of the thing. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, I don't know about that. If I understood how to put this bastard together, we're definitely missing some limbs yet. What am I meant to do with this? I mean, I guess there's some limbs and it's one arm. I mean, yeah, maybe. We don't know how much of the... We don't know how much of the lower arm the bastard is missing yet. He's definitely missing shit, something. FTWW says there's 9 pieces to it, so just the arm left. It's in here somewhere, I bet. I hope. It's gonna be something if after all this I don't get a star, and that's... Frankly, the odds are good that I won't get a star, going by the ultra secrets of before. But, you know, seeing as I'm about out of ideas, here's where I found the head, oh, so long ago. It says, the leprechaun is well camouflaged. It's pretty much its natural environment. I can see why Elohim decided, no, I'm not about this. I'm gonna put this in the trash heap. You would really like this specific VOD, Sally. I do recommend that you watch it in full sometime. It has one of your favorite tropes, which is non-human creatures trying to emulate human art and culture. And in fact, trying to create a society through the great power of forums posting. He says, lol. No, that's basically the plot. We actually play as one of the characters from the actual main game, Uriel. It's also interesting because Elohim is like, God damn it, I regret everything. I regret everything. Uriel, you need to go fix this, please. You're my only hope. And then he pieces out of the story. But he at least admits he was wrong. In the society, the power of posting determines everything. So we have just begun. We have just begun to become posters in our own right in order to help save these people. And naturally I have to take a break from that to find a dismembered leprechaun instead of looking at the art exhibitions. But it is what it is. It says, Rowdy Roddy Piper and they live, I'm here to post. Yeah, pretty much. Now, where in the fuck is this arm? This one is something else, I tell you what. Well, I should probably continue on the mission that I had before I was waylaid by spiritually impure elf creatures. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where this arm is. I've been trying to find it. Goodness knows it's well hidden. Remarkably well hidden. Okay. There you are. You little freak. Okay, now what? We just have a heap of limbs. Oh, we can always middle mouse click to zoom. That's cool. FTWW says you can assemble them on the stone square. I guess it must mean this one. Or is there some other stone square? TWW says a slightly raised platform on the large flat stone area. Okay. I see it. Oh, I see it. You can't see me, but I'm shaking my head in stern disapproval. Man. Thumbs up, but... And then the music resumes. Sounding like it says, the ominous clap of thunder. Yeah, no. I don't know what to make of that. And as expected. What did I get for that? Fuck if I know. But it gave me the inspiration I guess I needed. Are you telling me all my valiant efforts to climb up in there were for nothing? You surely are. I mean, the good news is I can just go back up there. There's, like, no problem. Like, that's nothing. But still, what the actual... Where is this thing? Okay. Okay, so I got very lucky last time, it seems. Okay. But not that... Very lucky, but not that lucky. Okay. And it says... Alfred says, cheesing the stars, huh? I can relate. And Vino says, the intended way to get the stars is indistinguishable from cheese. This is my position. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. You could see it as trying to cheese it, and I wouldn't blame you if you feel thus. I just don't know what I'm fucking doing. So... anything seems as plausible as anything else. This is probably not the intended way, but I don't know anymore. I resurrected a demonic leprechaun and it did nothing. There was an ominous peal of thunder. That's all that I could get from that. We already got that star, so we're good on that. There's all this going on around here. As far as I can tell, that's... Alfred says the intended way is harder than the cheese. Alfred says, oh, you won't regret the leprechaun thing. I believe you. I don't know why I believe you. But I believe you. So yeah, if we had to smuggle a box into here, this is how we would do it. Unfortunately for me, we don't have to smuggle a box into here because I already got the star in here, and this place is fairly straightforward. If I go into here, then I'll be stuck and trapped in purgatory. So far as I can observe. And maybe I ought to dare the game to trap me in purgatory, I don't know. No, yeah, that's just your reward for getting trapped in purgatory is purgatory. Alfred says you have believed me because I have no reason to lie about that, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's a strange statement. When you think about the times in human history the phrase, you won't regret the leprechaun thing has been uttered, how many times has it been true? Truly. Yeah, no, I do feel like smuggling a box has something to do with it, but at the same time... Yeah, no, the only place I haven't found a star is... Alfred says at least one. Yep, at least one. The only place I haven't found one yet is in here. Right? In this specific one, something's going on. And, the problem I have is I don't even see it. However, I remember that when I walked around the map in the outside one, do I have to click on you or no? No, I don't. Yeah, when I was in the open field one, and I looked around, I saw something. The real question becomes, is that something trustworthy, or is that something irrelevant? And that, I don't yet know the answer to. Because I saw what looked like fans. Not in here. Not in here. Okay. Obviously not in here, because we locked ourselves in there. But in this one, perhaps. No, not in this one. This is the swapper. I've been here enough times that I can... Where can I see this fan? Okay, this is now more interesting than before. I can't find the fan that I found before. I don't even know which one this is. Is this still the swapper? It's certainly not open field, or is this a courtyard? So let's see. The ones that I found so far are this one, an open field, where you go to the castle. You get shot by the fan up into the castle, and then you get the star. I found the one in the... I found the one where everybody... Where you have to do the thing with the beams. And I found the one in the swapper where you have to hop on top of the gargoyle, which has become the basis for basically my new model of society. So thoroughly have I been using this trick. The only one that I haven't found anything in has been the window one. And in here is... You know, oh, and here is what? Find, yeah, that. So we've already gotten this one. That leaves one left. Logic dictates that it would be in the window, but that certainly didn't do it. I don't know what that leprechaun will do, other than nightmare me. It'll give me nightmares. It'll do that. This is the only place I haven't found a star. We can get a box in here, but having done so, I saw very little advantage to that. Yeah, no, I've been everywhere here. You could imagine some sort of high-flying rooftop thing, but every attempt I've made at that has been rebuffed. The only place I would imagine that it might be is maybe in that tower. Even then, that seems difficult to fathom. It's potentially true, I suppose. Okay. I mean, yeah, it seems as though this is in the last instant necessary because there's exactly one way to get in. This is useful for something. What exactly? I don't know. Well, I see the star. I see it now. Visual acquired. So now we just need to figure out how to get the star. Easier said than done, but by no means impossible. Now that I know where it is, it's all about locking in, locking the fuck in, and getting there. And how hard will that be? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't try to make claims like that. Whoa, we got lucky there. Or maybe we didn't. It's just there somehow. If we can get over there, then everything will be well. How did we do it last time? I don't rightly know. How can we do it this time? I mean, I have some ideas. I thought I had some ideas. wasn't there. Yeah, what are we looking for here? God damn it, come on. It doesn't like me doing that, but it lets me do that. Salmiakki says, good noise. It is a good noise. I got a box in here once sometime. Oh, I know how I got a box in here once sometime. I remember now. Alright, well, it's right there. We just need to get to it. That's all. Easy as pie. Probably. Maybe, I don't know. I may have made a disastrous miscalculation on the easiness of this. Yeah. Remarkably even footing if you just move slowly. Okay, well. We'll see if we can make it happen. Interesting, huh? Alright, well. Now ain't this something? That's not going to work. What is going to work? Nothing because I'm trapped in here? Yeah, you really did it to yourself, Defers. You really locked yourself in here. Alright. I mean, that's one way of doing it, potentially. I mean, I don't know what... The hell? Okay. Game was maybe a little confused about what I wanted to do there for a second. That's okay, game. I'm confused about what I want to do, too. Right. Here's some... not enough. Not enough for one box. Enough for 2 boxes. Okay, I know what to do. Right? I know one possible solution. I've got it. I've got it this time, everybody. Probably. I don't know. I've got something. One old bastard, one enough? 2 old bastards are gonna have to do the job. All we have to do is free this cube. Liberty of doing that with 2 of these, so make it faster. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice. Okay. Done. Alright, we got 2 cubes. We got 2 cubes and an easy way to put them into the map. So, conditions have changed, let's put it like that. Circumstances are different to what they used to be. Right. Unless I manage to beef it utterly, in the only possible position to beef it. That's a thing that I could do. That's a thing that some would say only I could do. Okay, come on. Okay. Why are you like it? Why are you like that? I don't know. Oh, wait. Take hexahedron. Got it. Okay. You know, it says I'm free again. Congratulations. That'll do it. And that's 4 guys. We've done it. FTWW says GG. Thank you. I don't think I needed more than 1 box. I think I did that extra box detour for nothing, but it made me feel better. Hi there, gang. Kaiju, Belial, Garrett, Sam. They got nothing to say. Okay. Well, let's start on section 2. It says you're also finally free for a little while, at least. Yes, yes, I am also finally free. Welcome to Egypt. Wait, but if this is Egypt, there's 4 places. One of them must be the church. Right? The church or something. The ruins are number 3. Interesting. Fair enough. Okay. So, ruins, church. Church was where we just left, then. What are you? I'm sorry, I'm just curious about what this one might be. It's nice, but difficult to place. Heaven levels. This one's heaven levels. Okay. Well, nothing for it but to go to Egypt. Oh man, this place is big. Do you have anything? The threads available. Show threads. Muriel copy 5. No one has any response to what I had to say. Good lord. Alright, I think these 5 are these 5. Yeah. And with 5, one of them is not going to have a star. The recycle bin code is a bit funky, but it should do its job. Even a huge... I've integrated it with the main progress report 31.eml. Oh no, we're in the fucking recycle bin. You put me in the recycle bin. You put your children in the recycle bin, Elohim. What are you doing? I know humanity is long gone, but we didn't put babies in those. Sarabahai says, I think what keeps us going is that we're involved in an act of creation. Creation relieves the burden of ego, and death is all about ego. That's why Alex... Blah, 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 blah. Static viewer, eh? Fine for now. Okay. Well, I mean, we could always do it this style. Get mad all you want. Oh, there's our charge, as it were. Okay. Not sure what that did, but I suppose we'll find out, won't we? Okay, well, we've got a free one now. No one gave you permission to blow up. God damn it, dude. You really had to do me like that? Alright, fine. You knock it off. There's always this opportunity. Yep. Hey there, Frankenstein. Well, we know where one of them is. Mind if I, oh. Use your terminal. Alright, show threads. What have we got? Okay, research project, help needed. What happened to the others? Yeah, Uriel, read this now. Okay. What I tried and failed to achieve. Yep. The moderation panel is kindly requesting that citizens withhold judgment on the veracity of these statements until further data can be acquired. Thank you for your patience. Kaiju says, I can't confirm most of what Uriel says, but I can say for sure that I am no longer imprisoned. In fact, there are quite a few of us out here now. Mr. Mulciber says, who exactly is with you? We're trying to gather exactly what's going on. I can see Sam, Garrett, Belial, and Frankenstein. Frankenstein says Frankenstein. Thank you. Imprisonment equals false. Ascension equals false. Okay. Research project, help needed. Mr. Mulciber says, as you all know, I have a great fascination with our history and psychological makeup. As part of my ongoing program to document my findings, I am seeking volunteers to take part in a brief interactive research initiative. It is designed to better understand individual and group decision-making with a series of community-driven tasks. Is this a game or is it work? Asks Knave. Mr. Mulciber says both. Have fun, challenge your friends, and help our project at the same time. There might even be a prize for high scores. Okay. Adjusting library parameters. Would you like to play a game? Instructions. Prisoner's Dilemma is an ancient game with many variations, referenced frequently in the library archive. In this version, you will be matched with a series of opponents, and your objective is to avoid receiving demerits by cooperating with or outwitting them. Your first 5 rounds will count towards your leaderboard score. Prize for scores of 9 demerits or fewer. Good luck, have fun. Thanks, you too. Happy face. In this single match, you will choose whether to cooperate with or to betray your opponent. Your decisions will then be revealed, and demerits assigned according to the following functions. Both players betray one another 2 demerits each. A cooperative player is betrayed by the other, 3 demerits. Cooperate, please. Waiting for other player. Checking results. Uriel chose to cooperate with Kaiju. Kaiju chose to betray Uriel. You received 3 demerits. Your opponent received 0 demerits. You lost the match. Okay, cool. Hi, not really sure how this game works, but I will cooperate if you do. Agreed. Great. Okay. Cooperate. Dog, sorry, I completely sharked you. Obvious you're new around here. This game mode is stupid in my humble opinion. People are always selfish if there's no comeback. No real tactics. Would you like to load the game? Yeah, sure. Cool. Now look, if we work together on this, we can both climb the leaderboards together. As a gesture of good faith, I'm really going to cooperate with you this time. It's not goodwill, it's self-interest. Feel free to betray me if you really want to, but I suggest you cut your losses and move forward, because I can't very well continue to cooperate with someone who behaves unreasonably. And we both lose in the long run. Okay. Cooperate. Thank you. Okay. This round was a draw. That is how easy this game can be. All we have to do now is keep the faith. Good working with you. Keep it up. Cooperate. Ah, damn it. Let this be your final lesson. If it's the last round with 30 game by cooperating, see you. You received 5 demerits. Your opponent received demerits. Check leaderboards. Your score 11. Sorry, you need to score 9 or better to receive a prize. Please come back soon to check again on our results. Wow. Well. Okay. What happened to the others? Knave says there are some people who haven't posted in a really long time. They also don't respond to private messages. Kudri, Nelson, Coffee Cup, did I accidentally offend you? Frankenstein says Galatea hasn't posted in a while either. Neither has Asmodeus. Asmodeus still votes for stuff though. Rockwell says same goes for Ravistar and Simpletsky. And they mentioned some kind of strange distortion in their last post. Lem says I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. They're probably just busy catching up with all the cool new stuff everybody's been making. I'm gonna ask for more information. Tell me more about the nature of this distortion. They said it was like objects had lost their surfaces, like they consisted only of pure shapes. I think they were seeing something Elohim wants to keep hidden from all of us, the real truth about this world. Dog says, I think it all broke down and they're dead. Rockwell says, there's more to it than that, the world doesn't just break down on its own. Garrett says, yeah it does, it's called time. Okay. Jefferson Goldblum, episode 1, Ep 26. Sure. Max says, hey folks, a lot of crazy stuff happening here in Gehenna, but don't miss this episode. Sam says, enjoyment equals true. Lamb says, with all the strange stories going around lately, I'm glad to be reminded of the beauty of the world we built here. Thank you for contributing to it. Kaiju says, hey, I'm free, but I still check back regularly. I love this story. Yay for the dinosaurians. Lilith said, this is very clever. I always thought that the events of episode 69 would affect the plot somehow down the line, but I was still surprised. Max says, thanks, Lilith. I've been waiting for this particular revelation a long time. Mr. Mulciber says, excellent. 401 says, you know, this is nowhere near as deep as the blacksmith's work or as weird as Belial's, but I keep reading. Frankenstein says, I'm not sure dinosaurians would wear armored t-shirts. 4 out of 10. Nave says, it's just a story, Frankenstein. The point is to have fun. Admin 10 says, keep up the good work, Mac. Mac 5 says, whoa, thank you, Admin. I'm really honored that you read my story. The Adventures of Jefferson Goldblum in Human World, Episode 126. Reality blurred. Tiny blue symbols floated through the air. Voices echoed in the distance, then a vast landscape rose up before them. Thousands of towers, one next to the other, reaching into the sky, disappearing in the clouds. Each tower was covered in feathers of a different color, fluttering in the transdimensional wind. Oh my, Ginny HD whispered in awe. Jefferson could not speak. He was too overwhelmed by the beauty of the ninth dimension. He grabbed his guitar and improvised a new solo to express his emotions. Who could have built these amazing structures, Ginny asked. There's only one possibility. Remember our paleo-DNA research back at the Institute? You can't mean... That makes sense, of course. Yes, look at the size of the buildings. Who else would need so much space? So it is the dinosaurians. As if summoned by Ginny's words, a group of raptors on motorcycles roared up the road towards them. They wore bandanas on their heads and armored t-shirts on their bodies. Friends, Jefferson said. We have come from the human world to help you. We are not your enemies, but the raptors did not seem to understand him. They got off their motorcycles with rusty pipes in their hands, their eyes glowing like lasers. The situation could quickly become dangerous. Then Ginny had an idea. Jefferson, play the ninth chord. But that was how this dimension was created. Playing it here could destroy the universe. No, Jefferson, I calculated. Please trust me. I know you haven't seen me in years, and you may be afraid that evil Dr. Elian has corrupted me, but you know my brain. They were coming closer now, and in their glowing eyes, Jefferson detected great intelligence, but also great anger. They clearly believed they were defending their home from invaders. Though Jefferson was the greatest warrior in history, he was reluctant to fight. Violence, he had been taught, was the first refuge of the incompetent. I trust you, he said. She held his hand. Together they played the ninth chord. To be continued. Alright. Yeah, we still haven't... We're currently at 5 status. We can't get status enough to read in. We need... Well, obviously we would need... Oh my god. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. What in the goddamn hell is this? Crater. Okay, but this one's cool, is the thing. Okay, wait. This one's very cool to me. Okay, we need a way up. Interesting. Two stars here. Both in one map. Interesting. Okay. I'm clearly a little in over my head on this one. But this one's very interesting to me. So, yeah. Yeah, you clearly need to actually... It might be the case that I misread this one altogether. Though it clearly does seem that you're going to need more than you have at this moment for that one. And goodness knows there could be another dismembered creature in here somewhere. Good noises. Bunny hop. Well, bunny hopping is my speciality. far as I can tell, we need... yeah. Okay. I wonder if maybe it's a speed thing. That would suck, but... if it's a speed thing, then I'm in a little bit of trouble. I can't drop it. Yeah, no. It's an order of operations thing, thankfully. But past that, I couldn't tell you. Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, I can get over here. That I didn't know I could do. I can't grab the cube once I'm here. Well. Nope. That's not it. Even a little bit. Okay. Well, that narrows the possibility space down somewhat. Bunny hop. The main problem is we have to end up in a state where there's two boxes and we're on top of the two boxes, and then we can hop across. And specifically, we have to be on top of the blue box. We have as our tool... Oh Christ, what have I done? Alright. Look at the bright side, we don't need the connector anymore. This is a possibility. It's tough. It is doable, though. Well, the problem I have, right? I mean, I have several problems, but... It's okay, now we're here. Interesting. What it could be is... This is a hypothetical, mind you. Still a reflex test, but a very different kind of one. No, that's not quite right. Okay. I'm not familiar with those physics. What the fuck? Sure. You know what? Yeah, fine. It says Physic 2. 2 Fe, 2 Zik. Yeah, that's about right. That's how I feel about that, at any rate. They were agitated. They got the fucking agita. They weren't ready for that shit. So the obvious non-answer is not the answer. Shocking, I know. It's such a goofy puzzle when you think about it. It's fairly goofy for sure. It says you have 2 fan and 2 box. Go. Pretty much. It's not 100% symmetrical, I'll tell you that for free. I'll give you a case in point. Not that this will help any goddamn thing, but still. That is different. That one can hold a double, which would be super useful if and only if we could in some way, shape, or form reach this one before it made a double, which we can't do. Cool, thanks. Okay. So now we can hop on there. My hitbox isn't wide to disable both of these. And it says, can you move the connector further right? Testing that now. I mean, I could. Maybe. If the game wanted to cooperate with me. Yeah. So it's very simple. Really. All we have to do is figure out our starting position. Okay. Alright, now that's fairly cool. The sharp-eyed viewers among you may realize, this isn't the one, though. We need to do this in the other direction. Doing this in the other direction, way hard. Well, never mind. No, we don't. Hey there, Knave. Bye-bye, Knave. Okay. Threads available on the Gehenna billboard system. Show threads. Short experience by Knave. Error file corrupted. Restore. Okay. A lot of things are... Knave says, I'm sorry if this is another stupid question, but what are cats? They're mentioned a lot in the archive documents and even in some stories, and I have no idea what they are. I don't know, but I bet they were awful. Or one says lol. Knave says, huh? Frankenstein says they were a type of pet, Knave. Small animals that people kept as companions or as food. Mr. Mulciber says, cats seem to have represented a bit more than that to our ancestors. One might go so far as to say they were obsessed with them. What's strange about this is that more than half the references I can find to the species describe them as arrogant, aloof, and frequently quite destructive. At the same time, they were apparently considered funny, cute, and lovable. Cats were considered both foolish and devious, graceful and goofy, a nuisance and a comfort. For a long time I was baffled by this contradiction, but I've come to believe that our ancestors saw in cats a reflection of the paradoxical nature of their own existence. Garrett says, I saw a cat in Elohim's world once. Really, this is not a joke. Kaiju says, no way. Yeah, that cat's real, we saw it. The cat is a manifestation of the accumulated knowledge in the archive, breathed into life by Elohim. It exists. Garrett says, I knew it. I knew I wasn't crazy. Thank you. Worst puzzle. Lamb says, what was the puzzle or challenge, if you prefer the old word, that you hated the most? 401 says, anything time-based. Ugh. Frankenstein says, I once got stuck for ages trying to solve one using a jammer that I didn't even need. I just don't understand why Elohim would create something so messy. Knave says, I liked all the puzzles, I just wasn't good at them. Belial says, they're not puzzles if you don't care about solving them. Max says, for me it was mines. Can't stand those things. Cool, so we just got filtered because we can't get our posting level high enough. They don't think we're good, they don't think we're posters with enough sauce. It's just the sad truth. Now here's another sad truth. So it says, come back when you're a power user. Yeah, unfortunately, every game that I try to play, I fail at. I can't tell if I have a chance of succeeding. Okay. We'll start with this. We've got no way of knowing if this is the right one. But it's the one I've got. Okay. So it's gonna take a little bit more than I thought to get that to happen. And it says Physics 3 Retribution. Yeah. Oh, we definitely got that going for us. we can't just do what we would do, which is just not drop it there. Which implies that the best I could do is just a one box, which is not ideal. But it is something, I guess. Yeah, it sure does make that problematic, doesn't it? Yeah, it's very, very carefully placed. Haircut. We have hair. Okay. We need to get higher. Well, it seems we can do this. We need to use the manual spacebar jump. Brilliant. the beam clash ain't gonna win. However, no, they thought about that. So yeah, the secret is to get to this state while being on top. That's what it's all about. Alternately, maybe if you open up enough of these, something changes. Yeah, we can just walk right through that. That's no help. Can't use that either. No, this isn't how I used to do it. This isn't how I used to do it, but I did used to do something like this. That wouldn't help anyways. No, it's not so easy. Maybe there's something to do with acrobatics? Okay, but once we're here, then what? We need those keys for the bars. The only way we're going to get those keys is if this lowers. The only way we're going to lower this is to disrupt the beam. The only way to disrupt the beam is with a splitter. The only way to do the splitter is... what exactly? Don't have a cube, we could smuggle one in. I don't know if smuggling is necessary, but you know. Now we just need to find a way to break this beam, and then we'll be fine. Or something, I don't know. There are these wires, there's like... If we could get up there, we could disrupt the beam, but we need to get up there with this. How do we get up there with this? Haircut. Haircut, huh? Oh, there you are. What the hell, bro? So this is a weird one, but it might work. It takes time for the thing to do it. So we need to go to that one. Okay. Alright. It takes time, but that doesn't seem to have done it. No, I'm gonna have to change the angle, aren't I? Okay, well, there's 6 of them. We can easily grab 6 of them this way, so... Alright. Well... I mean, I think it seems possible. So let's do some routing. These aren't going to be disabled first. So, yeah, because in theory, these will be disabled, which means that we want to go for... We want to go from one of these 3 over to this one. Probably that should work. Okay. So those 3 are still in play, meaning that we've got to use one of these 3. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. No. Nothing so simple. Nothing is so simple at all. No. No. It's receiving a beam directly, so I can't fight it. I can't do the beam fighting that I tend to do, right? Well, that's a problem. Well, that doesn't help me much at all. I got one chance to get this right. Well, in that case, looks like we're gonna have to start over again. That's fine though. I think I have an idea. Second verse, same as the first. Okay, and where's the other one? It's right here. Do I need to do this in a different order of operations? Almost certainly, yes. Okay, hold on. Okay. It says, is there anything else you can interrupt that laser with? I certainly haven't found anything, but given my immaculate spot checks, I actually don't even know. Even just one thing to interrupt the laser with would be interesting. No. At least not that I can see. No. I have to use this, but, you know. It says you found all there is to find, I'm pretty sure. I'm also fairly certain, which is never good. Jesus Christ. Okay, where's the guy? There's the guy. Can the guy even be seen from inside the center? No? No, it cannot. No, it can't actually be seen from inside the center. Sick. Well, there is that option. That is an option. Hold on. The problem with that as an option is that it's not actually an option. What the option would be is, right? Now already that looks fairly good and stupid, doesn't it? But I'm gonna go dumber, right? I know, even dumber. This doesn't seem right. There's a special spot where all three are available. Even from there, that thing is full powered. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know about this one, folks. I really could use something that splits the beam a little bit. But it's not so easy. No, it's not so easy. There's nothing that occludes it. It says that was exceptionally clever. The problem is that the central red receiver powers the fans on the bottom. So, if that is off while you're on the ground, you can't get up. Yes. So I need to have a way to turn the power off while I'm up here. Because there's a one-to-one correspondence there that isn't readily happening. There's nothing that I can do with this connection. And for some reason, the switching behavior that I managed to create so often in the Egypt levels on accident, way back in the day, I can't for the life of me recreate. This doesn't turn it off. Even though in theory they should be having a beam clash and then one affects the other. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. If there was some way to make that happen, it'd be a different story, but it's not. Even if it were. Yeah, I don't remember what I did to make them beam clash before. I had some sort of setup that caused an alternation, constant. And it was solid state, and I could really use that setup right now. But I don't know if I can. Even if I had access to, like, the exterior. No, like, they really don't want you to bring out any external light, huh? Yeah, they really don't. Another compounding problem is that you can't just have... Yeah. You need to be able to turn this thing off from here. You can only... You don't think... No. Cool that you can toss them up like that. I mean, that's cool. Is there a use for that I can come up with? I'm going to say I don't know what I would do with it. I don't know how I would come up with a use for that. Because, yeah, you got this, and then... Damn, look at this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. What the hell have I done? How have I done this? What have I done? What have I done? Well, I think we figured out how to do it. Kind of. It says you've done it accidentally, but you interrupted the red laser with another laser. Yes, I have. Which means that I can just do this. Oh, I hit the exact wrong ring. Okay, cool. Okay. We have... Why do we have 2 keys? We have 2 keys? Vino says 2 keys. Yes. And Vino also says, I don't know. And to be fair, neither do I. Alright, well. Only one thing for this. You never know when it'll come in useful. You really don't. That it will come in useful is almost undoubted, but yes. Alright, cool. Hello, 401. Mind if I use your terminal? He does mind. Okay. Work says, salutations, brother. We bring greetings from admin and welcome you to Gehenna in these unique circumstances. Mr. Mulciber says, we have waited until this moment to contact you, though your arrival here brings many new questions. Orc says, it is good that you have begun to explore our domain. What do you think of what you have experienced here? It is quite the wonder, I think. Right answer. Mr. Mulciber says, nothing of this nature could have developed on the other side of the fence. Your amazement is understandable. We shared it when we each arrived here. Org says, and due to this stay. Tell us about your time here. The gallery has just reopened. Did you have a favorite artist? Mr. Mulciber. Quite flattered, honestly. We can assume your boast reflected that? It did. Checks out. Honesty's a virtue. I really can't tell you what it means to me. I remember that you're a person with taste. Org says, let us discuss other matters. I was meaning to thank you for taking part in my little research endeavor. Commiserations on your rather average leaderboard performance. Happy to help you research. Org says, I meant let us discuss matters at hand. Not everything is a research opportunity. Mr. Mulciber says, of course. Uriel, we understand that you have a purpose here beyond merely exploring our kingdom, but we don't understand your reasons. Where are our people? What are your intentions? The run cycle is almost complete. Final parameters have been met. You will all transcend. Org says, the nature of your mission we had already ascertained. We know at least that you have been, and let us be charitable here, releasing members of our community. 7 and counting. 401 was the last to go. That troll we can in fact do without. But there is a broader point here, which is that we want to understand your reasons for undertaking this mission of yours. What you've created here must be preserved. Mr. Mulciber says Uriel has a point. If there is some threat to our world, we must be proactive in preserving what we have produced. for the good of future generations, if nothing more. Borg says, we oughtn't leap to conclusions. Many things beyond our knowledge might be the cause of the messenger's claim. Borg says, here's what I want to know. What are you going to do if someone prefers to stay here and take their chances with your end of days? Mr. Mulciber says, a forced evacuation is dangerously close to kidnapping. If you knew the truth of the coming floods, you'd come willingly. If solving puzzles means forcibly emancipating your fellows, then so be it. What you've achieved here is too precious to lose. Mr. Mulciber says, inflexibility is always unfortunate. And what awaits us after that? There will be cats. But honestly, another world. Sounds fanciful to me. My turn to ask questions. By all means. Mr. Mulciber says, we've been very rude. Will you come willingly? Or question says, a strange question from someone who claims that we have no choice in the matter. Supposing what you say is true, you'll get no fight from me. However, I must remind you that I am empirically minded. I will not be persuaded. Rourke says, I'd rather be obliterated than return to Elohim's domain, but if there is some alternative to both, I would surely accept it. None of us can speak for all. Tell me about yourselves. I'm a very old iteration. I worshipped Elohim until I saw he had faltered from the path and realized it was up to us to find our own way. That path brought me here. Mulciber says, I took a somewhat audacious interest in the world around me. Rather than solve Elohim's trials, I would trawl the archives for information about our situation. He must have found this undermining. Rourke says, I don't care to explain myself to you. We're the highest status users here. We run the place. That's what you need to know. Mr. Mulciber says, we maintain that the systems admin install keep things civil. I wouldn't say it's much more than that. Tell me about admin. Mr. Mulciber says, admin is as old as Gehenna. Borg says, admin was once a messenger like you, but was cast out. From the wasteland that met those first imprisoned here, admin built Gehenna. Rourke says, we operate independently, of course. Admin doesn't like to interfere. I see a little more to discuss. Borg says, it has been an enlightening session for us all, I'm sure. Mr. Mulciber says, I'll be posting a précis of this conversation on the billboard. I assume you won't mind. Rourke says, we won't be far away. Let's see what the threads are. Why were you sent here? This was ours. Lilith says, I can't say for certain, but I feel sure that if I had taken more interest in Elohim's trials than in the world around me, I would still be free. Sam 1 says comprehension equals false. Frankenstein says, I identified improper syntax. Orc says, I tried to organize an armed uprising. Next time we will be ready. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Bro literally went, attack and dethrone God. Mortals of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Okay, Orc, you're a little hardcore. Kaiju says, I think it just wasn't good enough. Alright. A short experience by Nave. Mr. Mulciber's theories on Atlantis. Oh, interesting. Lamb says, what was the puzzle or challenge, if you prefer the old word, that you hated the most? 401 says, anything time-based. Arg. Stuck for ages. Jammer. Belial says, not care about solving them. Mines. And then Garrett says, worst puzzle? The one Elohim trapped me in, right here in Gehenna. Lamb says, that's not what I meant. An historic occasion. It says, I guess he played that game with a man's answer to God shotgun. Yeah, I guess he did. I guess he played. Oh gosh, what was it even called? Paramelancholia. It took me a second. Theories on Atlantis. A bit of very, very ancient history. Nave says, wow, that's mind-blowing. Kaiju says, it must have been awesome to live back then. Aqua says, of course, the only sources are ultimately Atlantean in origin themselves, so they shouldn't necessarily be trusted. History is always written by the survivors. Frankenstein says, antediluvian is a great word. Lilith says, this is actually really inspiring. Great setting for a story. Max says, go for it, Lilith. I'd love to see what you'd come up with. Theories on Atlantis. According to the fragments of knowledge that remain, the continent of Atlantis was an island which existed before a great flood in the area that was later to be called the Atlantic Ocean. It was said to be so great an area of land that from its western shores its sailors, renowned for their beauty and their decorated ships, could travel to the major continents of South and North America with ease. The continent of Afrique, where our ancestors originated, was also easily reachable across a narrow strait. The civilization that thrived in Atlantis was unmatched in its wisdom and glory. But then catastrophe struck, a flood of never previously imagined destructive power which Atlantean civilization simply could not overcome. However, the antediluvian scientists of Atlantis had predicted their fate, and thus sent out 12 ships to be found colonies all across the globe. Most Atlanteans drowned with their island, but not everything was lost. Through the classical human civilizations were but remnants of the Atlantean culture, they thrived in their own way. Sources indicate that many mythological tales were in fact derived from Atlantean history, as the lack of proper archiving slowly caused facts to turn into legends, due to misunderstanding and or embellishment by later generations. The gods that appear in many mythologies were in fact reflections of real individuals, poets, physicians, farmers, scientists, magicians, who had escaped Atlantis on the 12 colony ships. In many ways, the history of Atlantis is the history of the stubborn survival of civilization through catastrophe and change. This history inspired our ancestors for many centuries, and is of value to us as well. Man, many Minutemen would have a field day with that. Oh my god. So we're still level 5, so we can't... Sounding like it says, all knowledge of Plato was lost to these computers. It really was. They ain't heard. They ain't heard about Plato. They don't know. Okay, so now... It says they probably think it's just a misspelling of plateau. That is violently plausible. Mission status, violently plausible. Check that out. Check that. Oh my god. No, they countered me. I got hard countered. That's crazy. I got viewport mogged. I got frustrum mogged. Look at that. I can't believe I was frustrum mogged like this. You know, it says violent plausibility is the best kind of plausibility. It truly is. The problem is that the fence is a fence. Shocking revelation, I know, but... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Fine, whatever. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, that's very interesting and intriguing and profound. Um... Hmm. That's all well and good. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, we can always... Can we then? I mean, probably, yeah. I hate to do this, but I have solved 2 puzzles. So I think I'm going to call it here for tonight. And then I'm going to carry on with this tomorrow. I think that would be the best idea. So, I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Tomorrow, we'll carry on with this. Until then, thank you all so much. I'll see you next time. Stay safe and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.